Hello everybody and welcome to today's WWE SmackDown watch party. It is the first of what will be 4 watch parties in a row, starting with tonight's SmackDown, following with night 1 of WrestleMania, followed by night 2 of WrestleMania, and finally the Raw watch along after our spoiler warning on Monday. Tonight is the final chance for the WWE to make an impact, to convince fans to stick around, to convince people to watch WrestleMania and to show us the world that they want to show us. It is Triple H's first WrestleMania. It needs to be a good one. My name is Tom Colohue. You can see it right up there, and I will be your guide through the wonderful world of wrestling. All roads lead to Roman is the tagline currently being used. You may notice that right after last year's WrestleMania, I was saying all roads lead to Reigns, because that is the world that we live in now. Welcome everyone. Always good to see you. Very happy to see so many people. FIFA Connor subscribing on Twitch and once again on YouTube. Welcome to the show, mate. Welcome to the show, mate. Welcome back. Good to see you, mate. How are you? You alright? Sean says hello, Tom. Wiggly says I'll be switching between streams. I'm actually joining another streamer on their watch along as well, but thought I'd swing by and say hi. Appreciate that, Wiggly. Hope you have a good time, whomever you may be watching at the time. Appreciate that. We have plenty of people as well on the YouTube side coming in and saying hi. Sorry, 1 second. I'll just organise my audio. We have Joseph saying, looking forward to stream on Wednesday. Carmelina is saying hi as well. Welcome, Carmelina. Eric says, hi, Tom. How are you? Doing very well. Thank you, Eric. Welcome back to the show. Ross Mendes said, caught up with spoiler warning and now live with Tom for SmackDown. There is so much Tom Colohue content now. You literally cannot shake a stick at it. There's just so much. We have our trivia now. We have our daily wrestling rumors. We have plenty of Tom Colohue content before you even consider the predictions for the draft. Mark says, my first watch along, looking forward to it. Your first one, mate. I'm guessing WrestleMania is just impossible to ignore. Eric says, Tom, who's your favourite soccer player to watch? There's a few I quite like, some really stylish players. Kevin De Bruyne, for example, I really like his work. I always liked Jordan Henderson and still very much do. Connor says, I'm great, looking forward to Mania weekend. Hope all is great with you. All is very well, thank you, Connor. Let me know what you're looking forward to most at WrestleMania, because it's been a little while, and I want to know gauge how you're feeling on it. Hulk says, who's wrestling this year? Roman versus Cody is the main event of night 2. Night 1 looks set to be main evented by Charlotte Flair and Rhea Ripley. John Cena's on the card, but so is Logan Paul, so it's not perfect. It's not perfect. The Usos are in the ring with all 4 of their championship belts. It may be the last time, because Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens are clear favourites to take that gold. We're opening with one of the hottest acts going. Sami Zayn coming down to the ring with the Usos and their championship gold. Kevin Owens in tow, but he's not coming down to his own music. Kevin Owens, by the way, bit of exclusive for you, he's on a personal mission to make sure Sami Zayn gets over. Kevin Owens, as far as he is concerned, is not allowing himself to be the story here. He wants all focus and all attention to be on Sami Zayn, which I've got to say, I kind of love him for. Kind of love him. James Kemple says, can't believe Solo isn't getting a Mania match. Solo Sikoa's time is not yet, but it is very much coming. And Venom says, hi Tom as well. Welcome, Venom. Welcome. Joseph says, Tom, it's my first watch along with you. Normally do it with someone else, but this year I'm going for a different change. I'm going to watch Mania on my TV and watch you. I very much appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Connor's most excited for the Intercontinental Triple Threat match. I agree. It makes its own case for a European Championship again. It's basically a European Intercontinental division. You just know it's going to slap. It's going to bang. It's going to just be wonderful. Hulk might go on Sunday. Sunday seems to be when the main event is happening. I personally would probably be more inclined towards Saturday because the Sami Zayn story has been amazing. Greetings, Megan. How are you? Eric says, if Charlotte wins, are we approaching Triple H Reign of Terror era? No, not necessarily. Firstly, I don't think Charlotte's going to win. And secondly, I did report that Charlotte's return would be with an element of Triple H Reign of Terror to it. That was a while back. And Moxie's here saying, yo Tom. Yo Moxie, how you doing? Connor says, it's going to be so hard hitting, and that is class. I can't argue. We already know because we've seen what Sheamus and Drew McIntyre can do. We've already seen what Sheamus and Gunther can do. The wild card is Gunther and Drew McIntyre. That's going to be a new combination. So there's going to be enough chemistry, enough familiarity to really make it slap. Kevin Owens showing some respect to the Usos. Something very different under Triple H is the amount of respect that individual wrestlers are getting from their opponents. Rhea and Charlotte, definitely. We have 17 viewers on YouTube, but only the 3 likes. Please do remember, if you're able to hit that thumbs up. Even if you're on your phone, just turn portrait for a second, scroll down, hit the thumbs up, then turn it back. It would do wonders for me and my algorithm, wonders for me and my growth, and I would very much appreciate it. Little moment of disrespect there. Little moment of disrespect, I love it. Sean says, Wheel of Fortune contacted WWE about having WWE superstars on the show, right? Did they get to pick the superstars that would be on the show, or did WWE pick them? WWE chose the superstars in question. It's one of the reasons I can say with confidence that Carmella is not being punished. The WWE choose who to make available. Megan says, I have 4 screens open right now. Must be Mania week. You watch a lot of watch parties, Megan. I really do appreciate that you stick around for hours. It's been a while since we've done the It Ain't Paranoia line, but Kevin Owens, a lot of passion there. A lot of passion. Megan, something you may be interested in, on the YouTube side, we're now doing trivia. We have the ability to do trivia via the community posts. I may be messaging you if I ever run out of ideas, if that's okay. Bailey says, Kevin Owens is really good in keeping the crowd focused. No what chance when he talks. They wouldn't dare. I do find it interesting that Jimmy and Jay are in very different places. And obviously so. Oh, Jimmy was about to swear. For free says a source at Zero News reported Shinsuke Nakamura is due to return to television after WrestleMania. We've been informed that Triple H plans on revitalizing Nakamura. For free, I did report that at the end of February. So whenever Zero News reported it, if it was after the end of February, I would mention that spoiler warning may have had that one first. Eric says, do you think we eventually get to where we have to pay for the premium live events again? In the UK, where we still have the WWE Network, it's a maybe. It's very much a maybe, because I think that day may come. James Kemple suggests a tag team title match should be 2-4. That's a good idea. I like that idea. The Usos winning the first and then Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens winning the second. I think that's a good shout. Megan says, I have you, Get the Table, SmackDown and Supercard of Honor. The full set. I think so, Megan. I'm having a lot of fun with it so far. I've only had it for 2 days. But it's one of those things that could genuinely result in quite a lot of growth for the channel. And also, fun. James says, why would Carmella be punished? There was a report out, I'm not going to say who by, but there was a report out that Carmella was being punished for something. It was complete garbage. Complete garbage. There's a lot of heat in this starting promo. I don't feel you need a brawl or anything. This is hot enough. Good camera work as well to zoom in on Jay. The bloodline will be imploding, not exploding. Sami Zayn won't be killing it off. Jey Uso will. You heard it here first, folks. They've always been very aware in WWE Creative of who the Bloodline is. It's not Jimmy. It's not Solo. It wasn't Sami. Roman, Jay. That is the Bloodline. The Bloodline isn't split until those two are. Just let him stay in the ring for a moment, finding the words. Traffic says, good evening, Tom and chat. I guess Dutch and Vincent weren't a part of the Wyatt Six. Yeah, we heard that one a lot from a lot of different people, and yet nothing happened. Pete, hello, says, hey there, Lord Tom of Colohue. My apologies for my tardiness. Can you forgive me, my lord? Bit much, mate. Bit much. Connor says, I must have missed those trivia questions. They're on the community page. So you can either by all means check out the community page, or if you start engaging with community posts every now and then, they'll start to pop up in your feed when you're scrolling down your phone. Outside of that, you have to, like if you're on the homepage on a PC, you have to scroll down to the community stuff. But I'm hoping we can gain some momentum on there, and it can just be fun for people. Mark celebrates Kevin Owens going in. Stuart Ridley is here saying, evening Tom, WrestleMania weekend begins now. Steve Englum here, welcome to that. Jay turning on the crowd. Bloodline mania. Hector says he may not be the best on the mic, but KO has to be one of my favourites ever. He's always passionate rather than he's a heel or face. It's always good. I still think he is one of the best on the mic. Gotta be honest. A little bit of insecurity from Jey Uso though. Finishing off the line that the crowd would usually finish. Just a little bit less confident. Little tiny touches and bits of acting have really made this into something. That's all we need. That is all we need for this storyline. You've told us exactly what we need. Now walk away. That is how you open a go-home show. That was fantastic. And really shows you not just how high Sami has gone, but how high the Usos have gone as well. So let's crack the music open for the Mania weekend. This is when WrestleMania weekend begins. Now, the biggest night of the year. We're all going to be completely shattered. I'm already there, mate. Already there. I've only just started, and I'm already there. Megan says, I almost feel sorry for Rhea and Charlotte. If they do get the main event slot, they're going to get booed no matter what. Purely because they aren't Sami, KO, and the Usos. Joe says, and that's not a prediction, that is a spoiler. I wouldn't necessarily go that far. But I think this is one of the reasons that Charlotte has sort of allowed the crowd to turn on her, if you get me. The promo last week from Charlotte was not a face promo. People get behind Rhea. I don't think people are going to get behind Charlotte. If the WWE make it clear that this is going to be a big moment for Rhea, I think they're in the right lane. But difficult beyond that. Sean says, from my time as a wrestling fan, I've learned that whoever stands tall on the go-home show, 85 to 90% of the time, they lose at the PLE. So that is actually about 54%. I've done the research. If you do the research, it's about 50-50, just over at about 54%. So 85 to 90 is complete fabrication. It's called confirmation bias. Check it. Connor says, I went and answered them both correct. I know everything about wrestling. I've started with Cody and Roman. I will continue and basically pick individuals and pick something out about them that I personally know, fact check it, and then put it up. My plan is to do one every morning. And I've asked people to comment with their streak. So some of you, I'm going to have to find out something in particular to get you. And I will. Well, Traffic says, missing this. Interrupted live for me for a tornado warning. Traffic, are you okay? Like, are you okay? That's quite concerning. Joey says, I'm surprised we didn't get a leaked rundown of the card tonight. I know the WWE officially announced it. The news is out there. Jordan Darlow says, Bloodline KO and Sami, wrestling storytelling at its best, and I cannot disagree. And Bailey says there are a lot of great matches, but one or two are going to fall victim to times when the crowd zones out or hits the concession stand. Now, I largely agree with that. However, I think the way Triple H does things will largely prevent that. There are 7 matches on the first night. It's a 4-hour show, which means half hour per match and then a little bit extra, which means there can be, for example, backstage vignettes and those little commercials that they throw in because of Peacock. You know? They're your time to pop to the concession stands, go to the bathroom, and you're going to get them regularly. So it's not like there's going to be one moment when everyone's funneling to concessions. You'll get 3 or 4 over the course of the night. I think the way Triple H is doing it is a lot better and will stop a lot of that from happening. I could be wrong. We'll find out. We'll find out. James Kemple says, is SmackDown going to be longer because of the Battle Royal? Nope. SmackDown is going to be the usual 2 hours. It'll then be followed up by the Hall of Fame on the network. So, worth checking out. The Hall of Fame apparently could go from anywhere between 3 a.m. and 5:30 a.m. So it could be a 2.5 hour Hall of Fame. Could be half-hour segments once again. But for Hall of Fame speeches, I don't want that. But what I will say is, as regards the Hall of Fame, we will be staying here. We'll be staying right here. We have a dedicated Hall of Fame watch-along overlay, which I'm just setting up now. And in fact, I'll give you a show. So the dedicated Hall of Fame overlay. Just like that. That's our Hall of Fame watch-along one. And that's our SmackDown one. Sai knows what he's doing, I tell you. Eric says, Tom, I personally predict Sami will be dropping the gold by SummerSlam, with plans being Universal Champion after he cashes in and the Tag Team Championships. I don't see it. I don't see it. Mustafa says, hey, bud, finally watching you and SmackDown simultaneously. I've only had your watch along for a bit. Cheers, mate. And cheers to you as well. I appreciate that. I appreciate everyone watching, everyone lurking, everyone who's hit like as well. I just very much appreciate the effort made. Because let's face it, I spend a lot of time talking over promos and wrestling. So if you guys want to mute me, I completely understand. Hector says, Tom, did you see Nigel McGuinness returned at Ring of Honor tonight for commentary? Good for him. I was always a fan of him on commentary. I did not. That's very good news, though. Very good news. Joseph says, Tom, I think if John Cena wins the United States Championship, I think John will drop the United States Championship because he could get back to Hollywood doing movies. Then why have him win it in the first place? Just have him lose. Ghost says the match should be fun. Also seems in the graphic for the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal that over half of each tag team represented in this match has been added. Ooh. Megan says, according to WWE's YouTube, the press conference for each night is scheduled to start at 4:45 UK time, which would mean, I believe, a 3 and a 3/4 hour show. I'm happy with that. Very happy with that. It means ultimately I will still have the usual 6-hour shows. I'm probably not going to stick around for the press conference, but I also might. A post-show can go a long way. Sai welcome says, evening all, and welcome to the video package SmackDown. No contact, promo heavy, and let's not risk anyone getting injured. I respect what you're saying there, Sai, but what I will say is that opening promo was fantastic. And yet, as you say, no real contact, no real risk. I'm still pretty happy with it. If you've not yet done so, please do consider hitting the like button. We currently have 22 people watching and only the 9 likes. Every little does help the growth of the channel, and I would very much appreciate it. Braun Strowman and Ricochet heading down to the ring. We are opening with them as a tag team against the Street Profits. No. What's happening? It's not a tag team match. Okay. I believe it's one person from each of the 4 tag teams wrestling. So Ricochet, Chad Gable, Eric, and Montez Ford. Okay, good combinations. I think I would have preferred Ivar. His offense is a bit more pop heavy. This is kind of a means to an end. You're not really going to build much excitement for the Fatal 4-Way tag match. You're just not going to do it. Especially with so many people at ringside. Bailey says, RE, traffic's note about a tornado warning. There are active storms in the middle of the US tonight, Reports of as many as 600 injured in Little Rock, Arkansas from earlier today. Oh, wow. Okay, so we're serious. You guys look after yourselves, okay? You look after yourselves. Ghost says, I doubt each speech will be a half hour, but fingers crossed we don't have a hillbilly Jim moment tonight. Hopefully it's like an hour show, because Tom needs sleep. Tom needs sleep. Joey says, how do you keep yourself up during the shows? Do you drink a lot of caffeine? I drink some caffeine. I have my cherry Coke, and that works on me quite a lot because I don't drink a lot of caffeine normally. But also, it's a lot of perseverance and a lot of naps at like 8 o'clock at night. Like for an hour and a half just to tide you over. It's a big help. Traffic says the overlays are premium. I wholeheartedly agree. Connor says that potential length of the Hall of Fame is the reason why I'm like, nah fam, I'm going to bed instead of watching that. That's fair, Connor. That's absolutely fair. I'll chuck your pillow in. That is absolutely fair. Honestly, I like doing the Hall of Fame watch parties each year, although there are definitely moments when I've been about to realise how long it's going to be and given up entirely. Like many of you will remember me literally doing that and be like, I'm not staying up for 2 hours, bye everyone, and just walking. Eric says, Tommy, you're going to watch Stand and Deliver? Yes, but not on stream. Venom says, I thought KO and Sami might have brawled with the Usos. There's been plenty of brawling between those two teams already. Honestly, I'm happy with where we are. Ricochet and Montez Ford doing dual offense here. Didn't quite work out for them. For the moment, the faces and the heels are in accord. The heels might be breaking down first. The referee's trying to get him back in the ring. Like, are you trying to stop them fighting? Isn't that kind of what they're here for? Owen Swain says, whoa, whoa. WrestleMania, still my favourite. That's going to be in my head forever. Sean says, would you ever go to the press conferences? Yeah, if I was invited to a press conference, I'd absolutely jump in on one. I wouldn't play a kayfabe, and I'd probably be very unpopular with wrestling journalists there, but I'd turn up. I'd ask Roman if he feels the championship has strengthened him or if he has strengthened the championship. And that's my first question. Joey says, I love the stage graphics at the Mania entrance ramp. It looks sick. Joseph says, Tom, I'm going to predict John Cena will be in black. He won't. He always wears the WrestleMania colours. He always wears the WrestleMania colours. Joey says, why are they giving this match away already? Yeah, I thought it was a full tag match, but it looks like it isn't. Yeah, James Kemple, same moment of confusion, which I think is fair. I was very confused by it. Megan says, would you like me to give updates on Supercard of Honor, or shall I keep it quiet for those who want to watch it later? Great question. Is there anyone here who has an opinion on this? Megan is asking, as she is watching Supercard of Honor, do we want updates in the chat, or do we want spoiler-free? Let me know. Adam says, you said in your previous video that Vince is happy to have Bray Wyatt back. Does that mean if Vince would go back into creative, he won't release Bray Wyatt? A lot of people have asked me this question. A lot of people. There is no guarantee, one, that Vince is ever going back into creative. There is no guarantee, two, that anyone is going to be released. There is no guarantee, three, that the situation hasn't changed with Bray Wyatt. There is no guarantee, four, that there isn't a clause in Bray Wyatt's contract preventing him from being released until a certain point in time. There is no guarantee, five, that Vince McMahon and Bray Wyatt are still as close as they once were. After all, one of them was fired by the other. This is an unanswerable question. Venom says, who do you see winning this match, Tom? Montez Ford. Pop the crowd, get a bit of athleticism on show, and hey, I don't think Street Profits are winning at WrestleMania, so you might as well. Sai says, enjoyed the opening too. I wonder where Sami Zayn goes next after Mania, and I have a nasty feeling it may be Kevin Owens. I have trust issues with that guy, and he has a motive to turn. Love them both. Personally, I think they'll be tag team champions for quite a while and usher in a bit of a new era. I can see them being tag team champions until at least Survivor Series, personally. At least Survivor Series. They'll just need opponents. And if you watch the draft predictions, I've put AOP as potential opponents, the Viking Raiders as potential opponents, and the Revival as potential opponents. Mark says, Ricochet versus Ford would be an amazing singles match. Absolutely right. Even face v face, I'd take that. Though I do feel if the Street Profits do turn heel, as I'm kind of starting to hope, I think that's something worth revisiting then. Thomas says, hello Tom. So from the matches in night one, which are you looking forward to the most? Probably the Tag Team Championship match. It's been very well built. Really is. Sean says, Tom, do you have predictions for Stand and Deliver? I don't know all of the matches or all of the competitors, so honestly, no, I don't. Eric says, shoosh. Go says, I'm in Michigan. We have a lot of rain coming in tonight with flood warnings for some cities. Wow, America's going crazy. Americans going crazy. Hector says, I get that Chad Gable is doing good in his current role. I wish he'd have a similar character to the one he had in NXT because he's so damn talented in the ring, but I'm not a fan of him being a comedic heel. The impending breakup between Chad Gable and Otis will allow us to see a renewed and refreshed Chad Gable. I can see Chad Gable competing with people like, for example, Karrion Kross. Joey said, it would be funny if you ran into Sap, maybe you could ask him for a picture. Well, sarcastically and ironically, oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Joey's good for Ring of Honor spoilers. Connor's good for Ring of Honor spoilers. Sai suggesting it might be safer to avoid Ring of Honor spoilers if anyone joins us later. Probably fair. It's probably fair. Let's leave it for now, Megan. Thank you for checking in before you started. Venom says, good, we have a long Universal title reign because in 2020 it changed hands 4 times and has not changed hands since. I don't see the Fatal 4-Way going the usual half hour, but we are seeing some amazing athleticism. The whole point here is just to make you, as a viewer of WrestleMania, interested in the Fatal 4-Way tag match. That's why we haven't got Braun Strowman in there, for example. That's not really going to hype you up. They've got a combination of athletes, a few powerhouses. They've got the right combination and just told them, go out there and do your thing. My favourite WrestleMania theme song has definitely been the one that I sung earlier, the traditional whoa, oh, WrestleMania, do 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 do. I will never get tired of it. Joey said the tag division is looking stacked post-Mania. True, but they do have to split it in 2. I think that's the biggest issue we've got. The fact that they are going to have to split it. Oh, Chad Gable's so good though, isn't he? So good. The fact that we are going to have 2 separate brands and 2 separate tag championships means we are going to have to split them. The tag division needs to be good, which is why they're building it now. Dominic says, hi Tom, are they going to bring a new world title or is it going to replace the Universal title? I've heard that there's going to be a new championship. I'm yet to hear what is replacing, if any. So I'll leave it at that for now. Mark says, when do you think they'll split the titles? I think during the draft, which is currently planned, per rumours, for just after WrestleMania. If they're going to bring in a new championship, they might not. Venom says, in 2020, the Universal title changed twice within less than a week. So it's good it's got a long reign, but now I can't wait for it to end. I'd imagine that would be when Bray Wyatt won the championship and then lost it to Roman Reigns. Eric has probably had the least to work with so far during this match. He is there as a powerhouse rather than an athlete. The Uranagi was very, very nice. But I do feel we need a little bit more from him in order to convince us that the Viking Raiders are worth investing in. Thomas says, what would you say is the match that you're looking forward to the most in Night 2? The Intercontinental Championship Triple Threat. No question whatsoever. Montez Ford with a perfect flight there. I thought he was going to overshoot it, but instead he was perfectly caught and then landed on his feet. That is beautiful. Top rope frog splash. Ricochet with a shooting star. And that's a win for Ricochet. Montez Ford, for some reason, didn't see what was going on. Opportunism by Ricochet, and it paid off. Connor says, Tom, based on you putting Revival as potential Sami and KO opponents, I take it you assume FTR is losing on Wednesday then? I assume so, yes. Everything that I've heard so far is suggesting that the Revival are planning to come home. I haven't been able to report that as fact, but I'm confident. Joey says the North American title match could steal the show. Everyone in that match are great wrestlers. Okay, whoever they may be, I agree. Cheers, Megan, appreciate it. Bailey says, did you see the Up Up Down Down event last night? I did not, though I've seen it advertised on my YouTube homepage, so it's on my list. No, I respect it, Si. You raised a good point. Joey says, My Way from Mania 37 is my fave song that still gives me chills. Are you a big Limp Bizkit guy? And do you get annoyed when it's the fact it's Bizkit? Okay, so when Montez Ford did the flip out, there was a guy who pulled a card out, and it turns out it was High Emmy, which is nice. Paul Heyman is backstage with both of Roman Reigns' championships, Solo Sikoa, the Usos, and now Roman Reigns himself. This is the last chance to hype the match against Cody. Roman needs to do something. That will be our main event segment, Cody Rhodes in the ring with Roman Reigns one final time. Ghost says, I feel like the Fatal 4-Way is definitely more for the fans of the high-flying style, while the one later on with Natty, Sonya, Raquel and Shayna will be a lot more grounded and submission heavy. I agree with that. I definitely feel the men's is going to be more of a spectacle, like an old school WCW Cruiserweight match. They are showing us Bobby Lashley working out backstage with a little band. Up next after the break, the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. I see a Baron Corbin, I see LA Knight, Karrion Kross, Mansoor, Braun Strowman is listed there. So Braun Strowman and Bobby Lashley are both going to be in this. There's going to be some beef. Oh, gotcha. I was confused there, Peter. I was confused. I think this is... Was there a problem with the stream? Did anyone else have a problem with the stream there? Just quick heads up. Quick lag check. Did anyone else have a problem with the stream? Because Peter seems to have. Venom is saying, Johnny or Waller are standing to deliver, Tom. Grayson Waller for me will still be winning. Connor says, when you say confident, what percent would you say? Just want to know how happy to get. Look, I don't know this for a fact. I'm being very open about that. I am about 80% confident that the Revival are coming home. I'm about 80%. Hector says, I think 2023 post-Mania may be the year of the tag team for WWE, possibly FTR and AOP coming back with the Usos, KO and Sami, Street Profits, A New Day, Judgment Day and Legato on the roster, and the Creed Brothers and Pretty Deadly possibly coming up. The future is bright. Very, very true. And let's not forget, it could also be the year of tag teams in the women's division as well. They are trying to build some new tag teams and bring some up, which could make a big impact. Eric says, are you a Chad Gable fan? Absolutely I am. Mark says, WWE did their job. I'm very excited about the 4-way tag. I'm more excited now than I was. I knew it was going to be a spectacle. I knew it would be a big moment for a couple of people. But it really is depending on Montez Ford and Ricochet. It really is. Yes, I saw what I saw. Says Strowman is straight back out for the Battle Royal according to that graphic. Traffic says, what's everyone's prediction for Roman and Cody brawl? I say no. I wasn't, but the closer we get to it, the more I think it might. Thank you, Si. Saying no stream issues. Pete says maybe just me. Stuart says all fine on the stream. Thank you guys for that check. Go says a lot of big beefy men slapping meat tonight. Big E would be so proud. On Big E. Glad you raised that point, Ghost. I'm putting together a video on Big E. It'll be after WrestleMania. About Big E's return schedule. Yes, there's a return schedule. He does have some checks still to pass. He's not cleared by any stretch of the imagination. But there is a return schedule in place for Big E. There has not been one until very recently, but the fact that there is a very good sign. Venom says 5-way for North American title is Dragon Lee, Wesley, Jordan, Devlin, Ilya Dragunov and Axiom. Who do you think? Dragunov? I'd go Dragunov personally. Mark says no issues. Venom also says no problems. Oh, Venom is getting problems with the stream. Okay, interesting. Joey says, I love that Triple H is putting a lot of focus on the tag division. There is an active rebuild happening for the tag team division, and it's very, very handy to see. Okay, for a moment I thought I was seeing a Sailing La Vagabond commercial on my... I'm very confident. What am I seeing? The Islands category. What's that? That holiday thing? I got very confused there. I thought it was Sailing La Vagabond. Eric says, do you see the Usos turning face soon? I didn't, But that promo just then suggested that after turning on Roman, they will be. Thank you, Ross, as well. Connor says, I trust your judgment as you've never steered me wrong, so we'll get exactly 80% happy. And so you should. So you should. Sai says, great crowd in here tonight. Good to have you guys. I've got to say, very much appreciate so many people chatting along. So much enthusiasm as well. Enthusiasm goes a long way. On shows like the Watch Party, they're not as attended as the, for example, Spoiler Warning. But with Spoiler Warning, we get a lot of questions. It's very fast paced, but by the end of the first hour, we're kind of running out of questions. So the show's over. The way I make my YouTube channel, you decide what happens. The shows last as long as you want them to. I do the research and get the videos that you want. So it's a lot easier to do a watch party when we have lots of people really enthusiastic, really friendly, jumping in and chatting, when we have a high chat rate, when we have lots of likes, etc, etc, etc. It's a real big help. So I echo Sai's sentiments there. Thank you very much for joining us. Denim says, can you do one for Ciampa and AJ Styles? One what? Like a video? Like, I've not been able to get anything for you. Hector says, Tom, have you caught any of Ariel Hawani's interviews for Mania? Him and the BT Sport team presented Cody with a custom belt that says finish the story. On the inside it has a quote from Dusty from his Hall of Fame speech, and Cody almost cried. Cody already has his belt for WrestleMania, of course, but certainly Ariel Hawani's making a big impact. Mark says, is Big E going to be back to singles competition? Mark, I've only just been able to say that there is a return plan. So I'll get more information. The video will be going, but I'm not going to now share all of the information that's going to be in the video because then you're not going to watch it. I'm a tease. Ross says, nobody would complain in Ford versus Ricochet versus Gable in a triple threat. I certainly wouldn't. That sounds absolutely amazing. Venom, I'm not really sure what's happening there because it seems like it might be isolated to yourself. Might be an internet issue. Not sure. Justin says, Reigns versus Jey Uso at SummerSlam is my prediction. Mine too. Very much mine too. We're getting a bit of a hype package for Rhea Ripley versus Charlotte Flair. This is one that has sort of flown under the radar despite the fact it's being pushed on every show. They finally got a bit of a brawl going a week before last, and I feel like we're getting there. This is one that's going to live and die by the quality of the match. But I think the match is going to be very, very good quality. We have 25 viewers and only the 16 likes. Please remember to hit that thumbs up if you can as well as we continue to grow. Traffic says, I'm super excited for not just tag teams but everyone post-Mania. In my opinion, it's Triple H's chance for a full restart, which will get the full WWE he wants, I would hope. That is very much the case. That's how they're looking at it backstage as well. Sean says, did WWE scrap the WrestleMania Women's Battle Royal? Yes. Yes, they did. James says, Big E should come back as a surprise. New Day should do a 6-man tag and then he could be a surprise return. I'd rather it be something like a beatdown than he runs out and beats everyone up. Because if you announce a 6-man tag and the New Day will find a partner, everyone's immediately going to think Big E. Yeah, everyone. Personally, I'd rather him be a surprise competitor for Money in the Bank. Just turn up at the pay-per-view and be like, yeah, I'm in this and I'm going to win it. Joey says, if they break up Alpha Academy, I see Chad Gable going after the US title. Could put on a bagger match with Austin Theory. Those two would genuinely make magic. That's a good shout, Joey. There's a lot of dream matches in there. It looks like that vignette is all we'll actually get towards Charlotte versus Rhea Ripley. But we are a third of the way through SmackDown. We do have to build a lot of matches. So I kind of get it. Justin says, any chance Cena wins and does the US Open Challenge Monday? I'm picking Theory to win though. There is always a chance that that's going to happen. A lot of people are really excited about the possibility. Dominic says, you're going to have 2 all-nighters Saturday and Sunday. Thank you for what you're doing. I appreciate that, May. I really do. Oh, Baron Corbin and, in fact, Xavier Woods getting a jobber's entrance here. Pete Dunne's in this. Oh, I want Pete Dunne to win now. Gallows and Anderson are in this. Haven't seen them in a while. Otis. Okay. There's a few people I didn't realise. Boogs is in this. Bobby Lashley's getting a jobber's entrance. Wow. I'm suddenly not so sure. There's actually a lot of potential winners there. Connor says, is there a reason, Tom, that the Andre the Giant Battle Royal has been moved over to SmackDown over the last few years instead of being on Mania? It feels like it makes it null in void. Well, Connor, as your name is FIFA Connor, it's the Community Shield. It's the traditional curtain jerker of the season. The Community Shield doesn't mean anything, but it's still a match a lot of people tune in on because they've missed football. In this case, it's supposed to make you feel like WrestleMania started. The Community Shield. Venom says, if Rhea loses, don't know where to go with her because she will be buried. No, she won't. That's not how that works. Joey says, do you think they're viewing the Raw after Mania as a reset for WWE? They always do. The Raw after WrestleMania is the season opener. It is a brand new season. It is a brand new year. WrestleMania marks the beginning and the end of the WWE calendar. Justin says, when do you believe the draft will be, before or after Backlash? Personally, I feel it will be directly in between Backlash and WrestleMania. So Bobby Lashley did walk out there as a jobber's entrance. I'm guessing he's now being told that he's not having that anymore. But I think the fact that he's the only one to get an actual entrance guarantees that he is not winning. Pyro as well. He's definitely not winning. Hector says, if not Charlotte, Tom, who in your opinion is the greatest women's wrestler of all time? I definitely think Charlotte's up there. I genuinely do. I think if you're going for pure wrestling quality, Charlotte is absolutely undeniable. At the same time, I'm very, very happy the work being done by Becky Lynch, by Sasha Banks, by Bianca Belair. Long term, though, I feel like Rhea Ripley's about to take over in a big way. A big way. Venom says, why isn't this on the Mania pre-show? I don't think there's going to be anything on the Mania pre-show. I was hoping it would be. Why is it saying next in the corner? Why is it saying next in the corner? No, you said before the last commercial break, up next is the offer. I nearly said a swear. That's false advertising. You said up next and then made us wait 20 minutes. That ain't on. Mark says Pete Dunne has to win. I'd like it. I'd love it. Ross says, I'm annoyed with myself. I'm not looking forward to a Lesnar match because he's brilliant, but I'm struggling to get behind Omos. I hope Omos proves me wrong and happy to give him a chance. WrestleMania is a big opportunity for him. It really is. He needs to basically convince the world that he's worth investing in. Brock will sell for him, but Omos has to do his part as well. Joey says LA Knight could win. There are rumours, of course, that what ends up happening is a Bobby Lashley versus LA Knight match on WrestleMania Night 2 as a result of some controversy here. Traffic says all the possible dream matches right now, and that's before Orton and Riddle return, and if Jay White or FTR choose to go to WWE. Eric says Dexter is in this too. Absolutely. James wants Karrion Kross to win. He needs a good push, which is true. Megan says all of Legado are in this, which is a very good shout. Very good shout. They could very much work together. Ghost says, fun fact, out of 6 WrestleMania appearances, Charlotte has only lost twice. Miss WrestleMania indeed. See, I'm glad you went with me there, Connor, because I think that's a great analogy, but I also get nervous that sometimes my analogies do not make sense. I'm glad you're here. Sai says, last night's spoiler warning was a busy chat, but at one point Tom went full Eminem and chopped his way through a lengthy message, 50 words in about 3 seconds. It was amazing. I had a couple of breaths. Went a bit Matt Bellamy with a few of them, but I tried my best. Kevin says, I was surprised SmackDown tonight was not a tape show to get the talent to rest for tomorrow. That's just not how it's working. Most of the people who are wrestling tonight won't wrestle tomorrow, when you look at this Battle Royal, for example. But those that do will only be wrestling for a short period of time anyway. Carmelina says, do you think there'll be any Bloodline segments in the back tonight? There's already been one, there will be more. Eric says, who do you see Liv's first challenger once she goes to Raw in your mind? Well, I think she'll be the first challenger for Asuka. Sai is asking for everyone's pick. He's sticking his neck out now and going Bronson Reed. Okay, everyone. Sai's asked the question. Let's get him some answers. Of all the people in the ring right now for the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal, who is everyone's pick? Go nuts. I'm going Pete Dunne. I'm doing it. I'm just outright going Pete Dunne. Megan says, for sake. She also nearly did a swear. Bailey says, Rhea could soon be as big to the company as Roman is to today's men's division, and I agree. Hector says, Tom, who's Pete Dunne? I heard Butch was in this match though, so I'm excited. Joey says, I hated when Mania used to be 8 hours. I could hardly stay awake by the main event. When the sun had already come up by the time WrestleMania's last match was just starting, I knew I was enjoying the wrong hobby. James liked One Day Mania, believes it was better in his opinion. I think Triple H could do a good One Day Mania. I don't think Vince ever could. Connor says, I feel like if we're looking into the future, I feel like Roxanne Perez may be the best women's wrestler in WWE. Give her time. She's so young and so great already that I feel she'll be up there. She certainly has exceeded expectations, and those, expectations were already high. They just showed someone walking out of the Great Mooch's dressing room covered in green ink. Green mist. Oh, Braun Strowman, who actually already made his entrance, has gone back to the backstage and then had another entrance. What the hell? This feels ridiculous. Also, Baron Corbin for a moment did not look like Baron Corbin. Top dollar. So let's see who gets eliminated. Baron Corbin immediately. Corbin goes first. Eric says, I'm surprised Ludwig and Vinci aren't in it. Fair. Good point. Mark says, what has happened to Riddle? Everything has gone quiet. Hope he is okay. No comment. No comment at all. Sean says, out of his 18 WrestleMania appearances, Randy has only won 8 of those matches. He has an 8-10 record at WrestleMania. I think it's second worst. Sean's pick is Johnny Gargano. Dexter Lumis being there to support him is certainly a good thing. Dexter Lumis is hovering in the corner. I also think he should be considered an opportunity, a possibility as well. Ghost is going for LA Knight purely for Megan's reaction. Megan, in fact, is not going LA Knight. Says, normally I would say LA Knight, but we're seeing all of Legado. I'm going Santos. Mark says Pete Dunne. Eric says Pete Dunne. Connor thinks Otis is winning the Battle Royal. He's moved on now. He's got an E at the end of his name. Ross says, would rebuilding the Hurt Business at WrestleMania help or hinder Omos? I remember Priest joining Edge to create Judgment Day at WrestleMania, which worked. Top Dollar's gone out. Eliminated by Shelton Benjamin. Ashanti the Adonis also gone. Shelton Benjamin with a good moment there. Looks like he's about to be thrown over himself because they're waiting to catch someone. First member of Legado has gone. The ring is starting to clear out a little bit. Dexter Lumis has still not been involved at all. There has been talk about different factions who can take over once the Bloodline are disbanded. The Hurt Business have been mentioned. Judgment Day seem like they may be getting the nod though. Kervin says, I picked Top Dollar. Stuart Ridley says, LA Knight. FDR says, Otis. Joey says, I'm glad this Battle Royal feels unpredictable. There's a lot of people who could win this. I agree, absolutely. Hector says, Santos Escobar. He could do it as an honour to the Hall of Famer Rey Mysterio. Who's just gone? Ivar and someone else. What are the crowd chanting? What are the crowd chanting? Because they're really behind it. Something just happened. Dexter Lumis looks set to eliminate all of the male models. James says in Australia it's 11:47. Mania goes on through the day, so it's easy for me to watch a one-day Mania. Very different situation then. Traffic says, okay, I picked Braun. He got to enter twice. Easy advantage. Moxie says, I'd love it if Cross and Bobby both eliminate each other at the end. Then Bobby says, let's finish it at WrestleMania. That would be another big loss for Cross, but not the worst thing in the world. Carl Anderson gone. Megan says, Vinci and Kaiser have a match later on. I'm sure I saw that they're facing Drew and Sheamus. Fair enough. Thank you for letting us know, Megan. Otis has now eliminated Luke Gallows as well. Lots of tag teams going at once. Bailey says, where do you see Baron Corbin's character headed after WrestleMania? Creative don't know. They're still trying to work out what the logical step is. James says Dexter is just standing there. Stu was saying Lumis is just standing stoic in the corner. He did get involved, then he stepped away again. Mark says Michael Cole keeps giving it to Top Dollar. It's amazing. Man's already gone. Oof. Boog picking up a guy. That being Otis. Now hugging Elias, and that's Elias gone. Joseph said, I'm going to go for Johnny Gargano because he's magnificent in the ring. All of these are still in. The ring is starting to empty out a bit. Sean says, I think they should make the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal have something on the line for the winner other than a trophy. Certainly an opportunity. Again, we're eliminating tag teams. Humberto and Angel Garza now gone. It is tag teams in a row. Are we about to get a commercial break during the battle? What if we get a winner during the commercial break? How could... Jesus Christ. Joseph says, Tom, the people who are WrestleMania, do you think they are sleeping right now? So, for example, John Cena, Austin Theory. No, I think they're watching SmackDown right now. Kevin says, big mistake not showcasing some NXT talent in this Battle Royal. I don't think anyone can be considered showcased in a Battle Royal. Unless you're like the final 4 or 5, your job basically is to get thrown around. And there's no other way around it. Dominic says, it'd be cool if the winner gets an Intercontinental title match. Wouldn't be a bad show. Especially if it is someone like LA Knight, Braun Strowman and the like. Thank you, Sai. Sai says the chance were for LA Knight, as much as I hate to admit it. A lot of people behind him. A lot of people behind him. Yes, Hector is Dolph Ziggler you're seeing. Eric is now saying Ali. Ross says, you stated on Spoiler 1 that LA Knight wasn't your guy, but I predicted big things for him. Would have been cool to see Knight Lashley at WrestleMania. No, I agree. He's not my guy. That doesn't mean I don't want to see him succeed. There are definitely wrestlers who I don't have an emotional connection to, who are fully deserving of the opportunities that they get. Absolutely the case. So I'm really hoping, because fans are really behind the guy, give him his flowers. Megan wants Boogs versus Garza or Humberto. That could be fun. Connor hates King ads. Girl says they couldn't at least do picture-in-picture. What a damn shame. Megan says we really need to think about utilising picture-in-picture as well. Bismo is here. There's rain and wind picking up here big time. I really hope you guys are looking after yourselves, because it sounds like things are getting a little bit rough. A little bit rough out there, wherever out there is. It doesn't sound like it's going to be that much fun. So look after yourselves, okay? Look after yourselves. We are currently on 23 viewers and 18 likes. Some of the easiest ways to support the channel, first and foremost, is to hit like and just hit that thumbs up. Every little thumbs up makes a massive difference. Subscribe if you haven't already, and keep the chat going. So ask your questions, make your comments, fill that chat up, because that guarantees that we basically always have YouTube advertising us more and more and more. In addition to that, there are some additional options. If you'd like to contribute financially, you have the option to become a channel supporter, which is $1 a month, or a channel member, which is $5 a month. And what that gives you is a few behind the scenes videos, a bit more access to news behind the members section. And once we have enough members, I will be starting to do members only live streams, Q&As, question and answers, and so on and so forth, where I'll be able to answer questions that you put to me in a bit more detail than I would outside of the public area, shall we say. I can dive into it a little bit more in depth. Dexter Loomis has just been eliminated. You also have the opportunity, by the by, to do donations. For example, during the spoiler warning show, we received an obscene amount of not spoiler warning. During Nick and Tom's Intercontinental Adventure, the live recording, we received an obscene amount of donations. And I just want to say a huge thanks to everyone who attended that show and joined in the fun as well. Thank you, Bismo. Megan says, I really hope everyone stays safe and well during the horrible weather. Hector says, Tom, did you see that Nick Khan mentioned Pat McAfee in one of the Mania interviews, saying he wouldn't be at this year's Mania, but he hopes they work together again in the future. It sucks that he won't be wrestling at Mania, because besides Logan Paul, Pat has been great in the ring for not doing this that long, and he's good on the mic as well. I agree, when it comes to celebrities, Pat McAfee is basically the perfect mould of what they're looking for. LA Knight has just eliminated Ali. Karrion Kross now going on the attack. If you want to get a man over, have him attack LA Knight at the moment. Sean says, Ahmed Best has returned to the Star Wars franchise, Jedi Master. Okay, cool. Joey says, I love seeing how over LA Knight is. It's mind-boggling Vince only saw him as a manager. Vince was introducing him as a manager. He didn't necessarily only see him as a manager. Let's not get it twisted there. Karrion Kross lined up against Lashley. They spent a moment to try and get the crowd behind it. The crowd did not get behind it. Nobody cares about Karrion Kross. And that's not Karrion Kross's fault. That is bad booking. I believe I'm hearing a Bobby chant there. Karrion Kross is surviving. No sign of Scarlett here, who could really help him right now. After all, as we know, Karrion Kross doesn't win matches without Scarlett. So the fact that she's not there is a bad sign. Madcap Moss eliminated by Bronson Reed. Hopefully, we get to see a winner before we have another commercial break. Boog's gone. He's hurt his wrist. Yeah, he's hurt his wrist. I don't necessarily think he was meant to go out there, but there was definitely communication with the referee. Braun Strowman and Bronson Reed lining up here. Again, they're giving it a moment for the crowd to get behind it. The crowd aren't really getting behind it. Oh, Dolph Ziggler just absolutely speared out of the ring by Bobby Lashley. Ross says he's one of the NXT gimmicks that has worked, which is why I believe Triple H will support. Got on the mic too and he's faced Cody, which I think was a big positive for Night. Long term, I'd agree, yes. We are very much in the big meaty men slapping meat section. Bobby Lashley, Braun Strowman and Bronson Reed working together in a mini triple threat in the middle of a battle royal. Good spot for Bronson Reed to be in, I'll tell you that. Ghost says, who does everyone think will be the best dressed at the Hall of Fame tonight? It's an interesting question. I think the most flamboyant will be Rey Mysterio. The Brawling Brutes trying to take on Bronson Reed here. Trying to basically make their case. Suggesting me they may be going out soon. A reversal of the bitter end by Johnny Gargano. LA Knight now getting involved. The crowd are hot for this. LA Knight is trying to eliminate Johnny Gargano, but he's not succeeding. Karrion Kross puts him on his back. You can feel the crowd lose momentum the second LA Knight gets hit. They want LA Knight to win. I've just taken a moment to stop and look at everybody who's in this ring right now. It is a lot of talent. Johnny Gargano has just been eliminated. Santos Escobar has just been eliminated. Pete Dunne. Oh, nope, he's still in. Ridge Holland trying to eliminate Bronson Reed, but gets eliminated himself. Pete Dunne, though, still in play. Bronson Reed tries to eliminate him. Ridge Holland rescues. There is a very small amount of people left, and they are going for it. And Butchie's gone. Sean says, I could be wrong, but I think the only Battle Royal winner that isn't in the company is Cesaro. Matt Hardy. Big Show. LA Knight survives. They know what they're doing. Hector says, Tom, in your opinion, do you think we will ever see Wade Barrett in a WWE match again, even if it's a one-off? Maybe have a story where someone brutally attacks Michael Cole and where Barrett steps up in his defense. I don't think there's any benefit to doing that. There's plenty enough people already in the company who could do with a rub instead. Megan says, I'm surprised Grayson Waller didn't appear to mess things up for Gargano, given that they're facing each other tomorrow. I think the concern is that the crowd wouldn't immediately recognise him. LA Knight's gone. The crowd are furious. Bronson Reed is picking up momentum, though. Kervin says, Raw Women's Champion, I don't see nobody win because I can see a surprise show up and attack both women. Yeah, that's not going to happen. That, in fact, has left us with the big meaty men slapping meat section. Another big LA Knight chant. The fans have turned on this. Ghost says, Mojo Rawley isn't there anymore. Mojo Rawley. He's the only one I missed. Megan clarifying Cesaro, Big Show, Mojo Rawley and Matt Hardy are the Andrea winners who aren't with WWE anymore. Is Aaron Rex one? Mizdow? Was he Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal winner? I thought he was. Bronson Reed trying to get rid of Strowman. And does. Okay, if LA Knight's eliminated and then Lashley wins, people are not going to be happy. If Bronson Reed wins, I think they can just about salvage this. I don't think he's winning. Lashley with a spear. He's not going to get his WrestleMania match, it doesn't look like. Oh, no, no. Ah, yes, thank you, Connor. Bobby Lashley wins. The crowd applauding. Ultimately, they're happy enough with Bobby Lashley. Few shaking heads. Mark says the crowd have turned on this match after LA Knight gone, and they did. The interest was just not there. It's that one Money in the Bank, of course, that's what it is. It was hard to look past Bobby Lashley, and I certainly don't think there's a WrestleMania angle in that. A decent showing for Bronson Reed, but unfortunately one that will be soon forgotten. They could have done that on the WrestleMania card. They could have put Bobby Lashley on the card. And yet here we are. Unless, for example, Bronson Reed is about to attack Bobby Lashley from behind, which with the camera there is not going to happen, he will not be on the WrestleMania card. That's more than our first hour of SmackDown. I know we got a lot of commercial breaks there, but that was quite fun in the end. I didn't mind it. Megan says Cesaro was the first winner, Big Show the second, Corbin was the third, Mojo the fourth, Matt Hardy was fifth, Strowman sixth, Jay seventh, Moss was eighth, and now we have Lashley. It's a bit up and down, isn't it? A bit up and down. Bailey suggests that LA Knight needs to interrupt Miz TV tomorrow. Who said there's going to be a Miz TV tomorrow? If there is, I would imagine a Randy Orton spot. We are getting a video package for Cody Rhodes in the build-up to the face-off to end the night. Pardon me. Ghost says that was not a yeah-worthy moment, but at least Bobby got a win. He did, and he kind of needed one a little bit to get him back on track. Sai says, I think that might have been a make good for Lashley after he was bumped from the Mania card. I do get the feeling that they weren't going to do the Battle Royal and then realised that they kind of needed to give Bobby something to work with. He wasn't in character when he was annoyed on Twitter, and I think I'll leave it there. Connor says, and somehow now I care less about this than I did before it started. This is, of course, the LA Knight elimination. Joey says, LA Knight is so over, the entire crowd was behind him. James says, do you think they gave him the win because he ain't at Mania? And Eric says, I hope they give LA a Mania match of some kind. There's no reason for it. Other than, for example, oh, The Rock's here. Do you want to get beat up by The Rock in about 20 seconds? Which is not going to do him any favours. Too much of the focus for Cody has been on the fact that he got an injury. Way too much of the build has been based on that. Megan says, on the off chance they both return soon, who do you think has more to work with when they do? Randy Orton or Big E? Randy Orton. So Randy Orton has considerable history with people at the top of the company. Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes, as an example there as well. Even when you just look into the Intercontinental division, let's say Drew McIntyre or Sheamus win, Randy Orton's right there waiting for it. Whereas I feel that Big E still got quite a lot to prove and quite a lot of connections to make. He doesn't really have a connection with Roman apart from the fact that he got beaten pretty handily by Roman at Survivor Series way back when. Bobby Lashley maybe, after all that's who he won the championship from. But in the world where you have Cody Rhodes at the top, where you have Seth Rollins at the top, it's very much the world of Randy Orton. Moxie says they should have called an audible and had LA Knight win. I don't think they could have. I think this was locked in. Also, if they're going to do sports betting, you can't call audibles in the ring. Hector says, I'd love to have been a fly on the wall when Triple H had to break the news to Bobby about being off the card. Really hope he gets some future assurances because he deserved a Mania match, but due to things beyond his control, his match was cancelled. His original Mania match was going to be another match against Brock Lesnar. It was changed. I do believe Vince McMahon himself was involved in the planning that would have meant that we got Bobby Lashley versus Bray Wyatt. We haven't seen Bray Wyatt in a long time. They are once again hyping the face-off between Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns, suggesting to me that we're about to have another commercial break. Not hyped. Not hyped. Oh, no. Raquel Rodriguez is heading down to the ring. I'd imagine they're going to try and hype up the... They are. They're doing the exact same thing that they did with the Fatal 4-Way tag match on the men's side. We're having one competitor from each of the 4 teams competing for the women's side. So Raquel Rodriguez, Shayna, Natalya and Sonya Deville. They decided to throw the ring general in there for the women's division as well. Should be a good combination, to be fair. Natalya, Shayna as submission specialists. You've got MMA specialists there in Shayna and Sonya. I think if they give Shayna and Sonya an opportunity to just lay into each other a little bit, it'll be wonderful fun. I think they can do something with this. Juan Orozco, welcome, says, hey Tom, I guess you're right. Jay White to WWE and Kota Ibushi most likely to AEW because the report says he turned down H. Where'd that report come from, Juan Orozco? Give me your thoughts on that one. Ross says, if that's on the WrestleMania show, surely that builds the likes of a Bronson Reed better. No, I agree. I absolutely agree with you. Dom says, what's up, Tom and chat? Don't forget to hit that like button. Oh, we have 5 words for you. Give me a hell yeah. Quite a few people just joining the show. We are an hour in. We've just watched the WrestleMania Battle Royal. Welcome to everyone. If you have just joined, please remember to hit that thumbs up and let me know how you're doing. Have you enjoyed SmackDown so far? And what are you most excited for with WrestleMania coming? Mark says, is everything all right with Bray? And when do you think we'll see him again? Debatable point. It's hard to say whether he's all right, as it were, because the phrase all right is relative. Bray Wyatt, there are some creative issues, but he has not walked out. He hasn't walked out. There are also believed to be some fitness issues, which is one of the reasons we haven't seen him wrestle so much. And in general, just an overall unhappiness with the writing of the storyline. He has an element of creative control, and it's hurting them. So there are some issues there. Eric says, did they ever have anything planned for LA Knight for Mania? No, they did not at any point have anything planned for LA Knight at this year's WrestleMania. Justin says, Raquel, you stole Tegan's spot. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. She was booked to be in a tag team with Liv Morgan. She didn't make the choice. She did not steal anyone's spot. Connor says, when is the start time for Stand and Deliver UK time, Tom? Because I've not looked it up. Neither have I, to be honest, because I won't be watching it live. Neither have I. Can anyone answer that question for us? What is the start time in the UK for NXT Stand and Deliver? Eric says, I'd love to see Liv versus Sonya one more time. I wouldn't. We saw it like 15 times already. James says, Randy should come back at the end of the Mania card and go up to Cody. Why? He's not cleared. They can't wrestle. He'd be stepping up to Cody and then be like, okay, me and you in 8 months' time. Not really a good thing, is it? Kevin says, Bray Wyatt make for Hollywood, not wrestling. Well, maybe he is, but if that's the case, someone needs to pick up one of those films. Joey says 6 p.m. Stuart said guessing around 6 p.m. Makes sense. Makes sense. Megan says, I think Stand and Deliver starts about 1 p.m. UK time. I need to look that one up. I need to know. Do I? I don't know. Megan says these showcase matches are going to be the bathroom concession stand break for a lot of people this weekend. I agree. It's one of the reasons I feel they're doing this at the moment, trying to hype us up. Ghost says, out of every WrestleMania since 2014, only one has had no surprise return or debut, which was Mania 36. To be fair, afterwards, Mania 36, I believe, had the Big Show turn up. I think that was one. Was that the one that Drew McIntyre main evented? Yes, it was. And it did have the Big Show turn up afterwards. Awkward. Hector says, as much as I love Bray, I honestly think whatever is keeping him off TV, whether it's creative or injury related, this time off may actually benefit his character. At least I hope it does, especially when he returns. Megan says, sorry, 1 p.m. US time, 6 p.m. our time, my bad. Barry, welcome, says, bugger it, same time as any questions on Radio 4. One thing I did want to say, we are getting quite a lot of communication on Twitch right now. Please do follow if you haven't already on Twitch. But what I do want to say is at the moment, the way Twitch is going, they've been laying people off. The sports side of Twitch, quite a lot of people have been laid off from that division. Lost their jobs, people I've worked with in the past, people who I know and quite like. I am concerned. We are in action. I am concerned by some of the things coming out of Twitch. So what I do want to say is if you're able to switch to YouTube, please do consider it. Because at the moment, YouTube is going to be the focus going forwards. And I just don't trust that Twitch is going to be the right long-term home for me. I just don't quite trust it. Given how many ads are thrown into your video that you have no control over. There's a lot that's going on and I feel is going wrong quite a lot. So if you haven't already made sure to subscribe on YouTube as well, please consider doing so. Sean says, do you think we don't get the women's tag title match until Backlash? Yes. Ghost says, Shayna once again is not entering to her own music. Shayna has been very much demoted into a secondary position behind Ronda Rousey. Megan says, the kickoff show starts at 5 p.m. for Stand and Deliver. Dominic says, sorry Tom, same question. No chance of The Rock or Stone Cold coming back, is there? Thank you. Forever is a very long time. There's always a chance. Mark says, I saw somewhere that LA Knight, Dom, Ali and Chad Gable will push after Mania. You're going to have to source that for me. I don't want you to just bring that in and say, hey, I saw this. You're going to have to find a source. I got Mark saying 6 p.m, Ross saying 6 p.m, Stuart saying 1 p.m. ET. Sai says network listing has NXT at 6 p.m. Peter says I had a near-death experience on the way to work tonight. Scared the living Jesus out of me. Connor says thanks everyone. Dom says I know it's early to predict this, but who do you think is going to beat Cody for the belt? For the women I think Io Sky is going to be Asuka. For the women I hope I'm spelling her name right. Well he said ISO, so we'll fix that, but on the men's side, there's a few possibilities that can beat Cody. I think Austin Theory could be beating Cody, to be honest, given how it is. But it's difficult to say this one person. That just doesn't work for me. And Kervin says, NXT Stand and Deliver should be next week, not tomorrow. Too much wrestling is going to burn everybody out. I don't disagree. Sonya Deville with a flying nothing. Giving Raquel the opportunity to be pure powerhouse. And pick up the win. Sonya Deville, as usual, taking the pin. Liv Morgan rushes in to celebrate. Chelsea Green's just sort of there. Ronda Rousey not happy with Shayna. After that big boot. They talk about building momentum, but it really doesn't play out like that, does it? Natalya was barely in that match. Barely in it. We're backstage with Rey Mysterio, wearing his suit and his mask. JBL also there for some reason. I don't really like that. Why is JBL always hanging around waiting for the moment? Oh, we have the Goodfellas parody. There is no downside to watching a Goodfellas parody one more time. It's fun just watching the fear on everybody's faces. Paul Heyman knows how to be a bit of a weasel. A tribal clown. Ghost says, I will say SmackDown is not trending on Twitter in the United States at all. That's a bad sign. This is supposed to be WrestleMania build after all. They need to put the focus onto that. You can tell that they really enjoyed filming it as well. It's just good stuff. It's just quality stuff. Connor says that was a lot quicker of a fatal 4-way. Yeah, it's a women's match, isn't it? So they'll wrap it up quickly. I don't like it, but it is how it is. Jermaine says, I really do think SmackDown does have a good women's division. They just don't use them properly, and that's the problem. Once you add Rhea Ripley into that, I think they'll be a lot stronger. Dominic says, do you watch Lucha Libre? Sometimes. I like Lucha Underground. Sai says, can't help but think there's Solo Sikoa Easter egg in here. Stuart says Solo at the end of this. Kervin says, Rhea versus Charlotte's going to be much better over last year's Charlotte versus Ronda Rousey. Eric says, Liv is 1 for 6 at Mania, with her only Mania win coming from her only singles Mania match against Natalya. Traffic says, I don't know how many people are missing SmackDown though in the US. They've still got the news on for me. That's a fair comment. It might be that people just aren't able to watch this one. Adam says, what's your honest opinion about Vince retaking over creative? Do you think it will happen in your opinion? No. Joey says, what was that, like 2 minutes? Why do they always rush the women's matches? I'd imagine the Battle Royal went over. Or at least that's what they'll say. Megan says, I'd love to see the outtakes from those sketches. Fair. Very good show. Barry says, stand and deliver at 5 p.m, same time as Celebrity Mastermind, where we see how lacking in general knowledge minor soap operas, actors, second-rate comedians, and people off daytime TV shows are. Good old Celebrity. Sean says, I can honestly see Alexa moving to SmackDown in the draft. Well, sure. If you haven't already, please consider popping over to the YouTube channel and checking out my draft predictions. My draft predictions are live now, and I do implore you all to check it out. Leave a like, leave a comment, let me know what you think. Alexa moving to SmackDown may be mentioned. Ghost says the majority of Twitter is talking about the tornado in Little Rock and Trans Day of Visibility today. Fair enough. Raising visibility, always a good thing. James Campbell says, bring Kane back for one match. Nope, don't want it. Once again, there are plenty enough people already in the WWE who deserve opportunities. You don't have to keep bringing people back or reverting to previous characters. Give people time off instead. Kevin says, WWE need to rotate talent every week to get opportunity on TV. I wouldn't go every week, but after a big storyline, I'd give someone 2 weeks to a month off and let other storylines take more precedence. You'd get an eventual rotation out of it. Spirit says, if I recall, they did eventually release bloopers from the original ones. I'm not sure there would have been many bloopers from that, to be honest. For the simple reason that they're all pretty good actors. I think if they were bloopers, it'll just be reaction to Solo Sikoa giving his line and just everyone else losing their mind. Joey says, keep Goldberg away and everyone to see him wrestle again. I don't think you will. Moxie says, Solo at the end saying Roman is a funny tribal chief was so funny, man. But he is funny. He's a funny tribal chief. For those who may not watch, spoiler warning for those who may not be aware, the Daily Wrestling Rumours are now also on TikTok, where they're actually doing, I've got to say, pretty well. So if you've not yet done so, that's got my audio on. If you've not yet done so, please consider following on TikTok as well. Every little does help, and my individual growth on there is doing very, very well at the moment. We started the month at 118 followers, we're now on 155. Latest video is getting 350 views. So we're getting basically double and then some the number of followers we're getting on TikTok. After all, when you look at the subscriber count on YouTube, a lot of subscribers are looking for different things. Quite a lot of people are purely focused on watch parties, for example. Quite a lot of people are purely focused on spoiler warning. Some subscribers are just there for the daily wrestling rumours on the shorts. Different people like different things. That's a wonderful, wonderful thing. We're getting a recap of the Rey and Dominic Mysterio feud heading into WrestleMania. Looks like all we might be getting is a vignette for this, which I get. Given how Rey Mysterio finally hit his son, I think there's enough there to get your teeth stuck into. You don't need any more build on this one. Ghost says, after all, trans people deserve to be respected and treated like human beings. Also, I hope everyone dealing with the variety of storms are doing okay tonight. Well said on both counts, Ghost. Thank you for saying it. Hector says, I'm with you, Tom. I kind of cringed when they showed JBL His feud with Rey back in the day was very cringy. He doesn't need to be anywhere near Rey. Go ahead, Moxie. Go ahead. Buy a lot of crisps. I may or may not have a big bag of Discos. Salt and vinegar Discos, which, as we know, is my personal king of crisp. Joey says, I wonder what Clash at the Castle would have looked like if Vince was booking it. Basically the same. Gunther versus Sheamus was already locked in. Drew McIntyre versus Roman Reigns was already locked in months beforehand. After all, I believe I reported that match was happening in April. Adam says, I hope you're doing all right, Tom. Okay, I wouldn't worry about that, Adam. At no point do you need to worry about my financial status. You look after yourself. That's first and foremost the most important thing. If you can't donate financially, or you don't want to donate financially, that's absolutely fine. You do not have to. Just by being here and the ads rotating through, I am making money. So you are supporting, even financially, just by being here. Oh, by the way, I've also I found the way to turn off ads midstream. Took a little while for me to find it. I admit, I do apologise for that, but I finally found out the way to turn off ads midstream, and it's been a big help. Jermaine says, if you take Rhea Ripley off of Raw and put Charlotte on Raw, none of the women will get any time on Raw on a 3-hour show. It'll just be about Becky and Charlotte, and that's even worse. I won't go that far. Rey Mysterio has been joined backstage by Legado del Fantasma. Kevin says, Backlash 2006, Shane McMahon and God versus Mr. McMahon and Shane. Who really booked that match? Ridiculous. Vince did. You know Vince did. Connor says it's a correct flavour of discos to have. I agree. Joey says, do you think Tyson Fury would have had a match? They wanted him to have a match. They weren't able to get that over the line, though. Bismo was hoping that Dominic's mother would smack him as well. Barry says, I'm always amazed how angry people get at the very mention of trans rights. Just the words drive them insane. Some people are just angry for the sake of it. Legado declaring that they will defend Rey Mysterio against Judgment Day should Judgment Day arrive. Rey apparently has gifts for them. I'm guessing we may get LWO here. Logically, yes. This will be the LWO t-shirts. Zelina's the only good sell of Shock there. I can imagine after WrestleMania, Rey Mysterio teaming with Legado full-time as basically a player coach. Suits me just fine. Suits me just fine. Megan says, I'm doing my snack run tomorrow morning. I've already done mine. And my God, have I topped up. Hector says, Dom becoming a heel was the best thing to happen to his career. He's improved on the mic tenfold since he started as a typical babyface. I'm here for this potential push. Girl says, Ray's mask probably cost more than my rent. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. There are definite suggestions of a Drew McIntyre heel turn. Drew McIntyre literally interrupting Sheamus's intro there and marching straight past. There are definite suggestions of a Drew McIntyre heel turn. Adam says, why do you think Vince won't return to creative? Lack of interest. Just a pure lack of interest from Vince. He never really enjoyed doing the creative anyway. It's just that he didn't trust anyone else to do it for him. Yes, Bismo, LWO. Kelvin says, Charlotte's lost the SmackDown Women's Championship. She better not go after the Raw Women's Championship. Big mistake. Why would that be a big mistake? She's a prize fighter. Of course she can go after championships. Up next, Drew McIntyre and Sheamus versus Giovanni Vinci and Ludwig Kaiser. Logically, this should be the last match of the night. We'll actually kick off at about past. meaning that we'll get like a 15-minute match with one commercial break in it, then another commercial break, then we'll go into the final 10 minutes, which will be Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns. Adam says, you think he's just focused on the sale? Adam, by all means check out spoiler warning from earlier today. About 10 minutes in, we get to the first piece of news, which is about Vince McMahon and his job, his role right now in the WWE. That will answer your questions. Jermaine says, the sad part about this, I really did want to see Drew McIntyre versus Gunther one-on-one at WrestleMania. Me too, and I still think that match is going to come, but I also quite like that Sheamus got involved the way that he did. I'm also kind of glad that the match is happening, because it's one of those things that I was told, and I was able to vet the source, and I reported with confidence. And then we started hearing all of this about Brock Lesnar and so on and so forth. And I said, nope, Drew McIntyre is going to be in that match. Drew McIntyre versus Gunther. I stuck to my guns, and here we are. I'm proud of what we do here. Okay? I'm proud of what we do here. And I'm proud of what I've been able to deliver. I wish more people knew about it, that's true. I wish people were respectful enough to put my name on the actual report. And, you know, help me build a little bit, but we are where we are. And there's no real point fighting it too much. The people who benefit are you. You who see what I'm reporting and watch it get proven right. You guys benefit. So I'm pretty happy overall. Connor says, I think if Drew turns heel, I think it would go better if he had a faction with him. Not sure who would be in it, but I think he would suit having some partners. You mean like, for example, Dolph Ziggler and Braun Strowman? Good work. Bismo says, Dom in a year and a half has improved on the mic. It's like night and day now. Whoever worked with him, kudos. Rhea. It is primarily Rhea Ripley who has improved Dominic Mysterio. Dominic says, LWO brings memories of Eddie Guerrero. Miss him before your time. It was not before my time in any way, shape or form. I know who Eddie Guerrero is. Mark says, I'd love to see Rey with Legado full-time after Mania. And also says, you do a lot for a lot of people. Your time will come. I hope so. I just want to get to a level. Wow. We have a troll in the chat. Bless. Somebody clearly isn't paying attention. Mark says, you do a lot for a lot of people. Your time will come. Appreciate that, Mark. That's a lovely thing to say. Joey says, I remember Zero News kept reporting it was going to be Brock and Gunther, even when all the journalists were saying it was never planned. It never was. There was no plan for that match to happen. Connor says, no, not Braun and Dolph again. Please, no. That was an awkward time. I liked the combination of Dolph Ziggler and Drew McIntyre because Dolph was a talker, Drew McIntyre was just an absolute machine. It hit a lot of the confidence issues that Drew McIntyre had when he first came back, and there were some. So he did need that little bit of protection. While he found his feet, he got there and he stayed there. Eric says, imagine if Jay White makes his debut by breaking into Hell in a Cell and helping Finn. Again, I don't see it. I don't see it. Hector says, but Tom, can they coexist? It's an eternal question. We don't know the answer. Ghost says, the guy with the high ME sign is too wholesome for this world. Megan says, do you think Dom appears in a Judgment Day purple lowrider tomorrow? Because I do. I don't know. I really don't. I've been asking that question for a while and I've not been able to get an answer. Sean says, Tom, I remember you saying if it wasn't for Dominic, Rhea would be the most over babyface right now. How would she be more over than Becky? She just would. It's called recency bias. So the fact that Rhea Ripley is doing bigger things right now makes people sort of forget that Becky Lynch for the longest time has been doing so. It's called recency bias. It's the same reason you had people turning on Drew McIntyre as champion, turning on Bianca Belair as champion. Recency bias. Joey says, King Corbin brings back bad memories. Good thing we haven't seen him for a little while as a king. Mark says, can you do an idiot's guide to why Jay White is so sought after for people who don't watch New Japan, please? I mean, maybe. It's a good shout. Reasons you should care about Jay White. Traffic says, Edge versus Finn has to end clean, in my opinion. Time for that whole thing to move on. I agree completely. I've seen Edge versus Finn Balor in so many incarnations, and I'm just sick of it. I just want to move on with my life now. Connor says, Tom, very important question. Has there been any talk about Gunther coming out to his old theme at Mania? I know this is a pipe dream, but let a man dream. Connor, unfortunately, I'm going to have to pee on your cornflakes there. It's not going to happen. They don't have the license to it. They're not willing to pay the extra. They will stick with the music that he already has. Drew McIntyre has been beaten up by Giovanni Vinci and Ludwig Kaiser. You'll note that he doesn't actually go down. Even 2-on-1, Drew McIntyre does not sell. And he's already back and kicking butt. Connor says, down. Sheamus has tagged in. Working now with Ludwig Kaiser. Drew McIntyre flew out of that ring. Ludwig Kaiser selling very hard for Sheamus. Almost too hard. Almost unnerving. Joey says WWE doesn't own the rights to Symphony 9 anymore. Correct. They had a limited license for its use. Wade Barrett celebrating his one bragging, right? Which I like that. I like that. The crowd is seriously behind Sheamus right now. If you told me a year ago that Drew McIntyre would be looking like turning heel while Sheamus would be the face, I wouldn't have believed you. Hector says, I'm ready to see the aftermath pics from this Intercontinental Triple Threat match. Spoiler, Sheamus' chest will probably look very red and bruised. I agree, Sheamus has got the complexion for it. Oh, they might not be able to coexist. Who could have seen this one coming? Glasgow Kiss. Ludwig Kaiser goes out the ring. This is screaming commercial break to me. But we need another Drew and Sheamus. How is Drew bleeding? His back is bleeding. What's he even done? How? How is it he always bleeds? It is indeed a commercial break. No big surprise there. Kevin says, if Nia Jax never punched Becky, is she still a megastar or not? Yes, she is. Because ultimately the heel turn on Charlotte is what made her who she is. Also, the backstage promo before the second Money in the Bank with Daniel Bryan. That's what really convinced. Also, to be fair, the pineapple chunks. And if anyone doesn't know what I mean by Becky Lynch and her pineapple chunks, it changed the world. It is such a silly little thing. And I'm so glad I was there for it. But still. Hey Parrish, how you doing, mate? Joey says, it sucks. I love that theme. It's one of the best. Mark says, love seeing the growth of Gunther in WWE after everything he's done in Progress, Europe and NXT UK. Dominic says, another serious question. Are they bringing more events to the UK? I like to Clash at the Castle. Yes, there'll be one a year. Hence why Money in the Bank is happening. So the bidding process is being made very public by the WWE. Different countries are basically offering a certain amount of money for the WWE to turn up at their country. The idea is it's like a World Cup or an Olympics. That's how the WWE are pitching it. A lot of money was offered by Puerto Rico, nowhere near the amount of money that's been offered by their highest bidder, which is, can you guess? Some of you will get it. If you're a regular here, you'll already know. Adam says, hey Tom, did you say Bray Wyatt is supposed to debut a more dark character gimmick? No, I have at no point said that. I don't know where you got that from, but you definitely weren't watching me. Connor says, doesn't Symphony 9 go into the public domain as it is like 200 years old? I've been told they don't have the license to it, so I'm not sure. It's a fair question though, I'll have to check that up. Parrish says, I know it's not being talked about yet, but any word on Randy Orton? Actually, Parrish, I know you're making a joke, and I hate you, but at the same time, I actually did have an update on Randy Orton during Spoiler Warning, a very small one, but an update stating that he will be at WrestleMania. I know he's been spotted already, but that was the news I had and I was going to share it. Randy Orton has been spotted. He will be at WrestleMania. He is not being cleared for action. I reported this previously, early February, in a video on my YouTube channel, as many of you know, that Randy Orton is looking to come back. He is not yet being cleared, but the WWE are confident that he will be. So he may well be at WrestleMania. Joey says, imagine if Drew turns heel and we get the Chosen One back. Once again, I've lost count of the amount of times I've said this in this stream alone. Wrestlers don't go backwards. They don't. Even The Undertaker, when returning to the dead man, was a very different dead man. Wrestlers don't just go to what they were before. It doesn't happen. Ghost says maybe Drew had a pimple on his back that popped. Not an impossibility, actually. Barry said, my only prediction for this weekend remains Pretty Deadly dressing as Adamant and coming out to stand and deliver a stand and deliver. I mean, I don't hate it. None of you have got it so far. It's not Saudi Arabia. That deal's already in place. It's not Saudi Arabia. Jermaine says, I have a feeling that Triple H is setting Gunther up as the one to beat Cody for the world title and have Gunther versus Cody be the feud on Raw where the title switches hands multiple times. I don't think it'll be multiple times, but they have definitely set up they have definitely set up Gunther versus Cody for the near future. I swear I've said this so many times, and apparently only one of you has been paying attention. Eric says, I feel like if Imperium ever does lose a person, it'll be Ludwig. He kind of seems like the third wheel of the group. Disagree. I don't think there is a third wheel of this group. I think they'll add more people. The answer is indeed China. There has been a considerable offer by essentially the government behind China to bring the WWE to their country to have a special show in which they can basically put over the country in the same way that they do propaganda for Saudi Arabia. China are very interested in doing this to essentially Americanize the audience a little bit and, again, much like Saudi Arabia, get some propaganda going. Kervin says, it's going to be at WrestleMania 35. Okay, that is 4 years ago, so I'm very confused. Kervin says, what about AJ Styles? No update on AJ Styles at this point. No news, but no news is good news. Traffic says, let's go. News is finally off. As long as I get to see this final showdown of Roman and Cody, I'll be happy, and you will be. News has gone back up. Interesting. Carmelina says, I still think that Jay is going to turn on Roman after watching the first segment. No, I agree with that. I still think Jay versus Roman is where we're headed. Bismo says it's like asking Heath Slater, Jinder and Drew to reform 3MB. What did I miss there? Adam Kieran says, when that what will be Bray Wyatt's gimmick going forward? He's not going to change his gimmick. He's going to be Bray Wyatt. He's not going back to the Fiend. We saw an evolved version of the Fiend at the Royal Rumble. That's where he is headed. Now, Bray Wyatt has this particular fascination with telling a particular story. He's never been able to finish it, so every time he gets a chance, he starts it all over again. Guess what he's trying to script right now? Starting all over again. The reason it's not working is because the WWE don't want to go backwards, so they're not letting him. Connor says, to be fair, I've not been in, so I'm just guessing in the dark. Fair, and to be fair, he didn't do badly. Didn't do badly. Michael Cole is hyping up John Cena as we head into our final 20 minutes of SmackDown. It's been a good show tonight. Mark is excited by the idea of adding more people to Imperium. Perry says, to be fair, I come in at work, like the video, say hi, and go back to work, so I'm guessing. And I appreciate that, because that is a perfect look. Perfect look. Everything I want in life. What I am finding and really enjoying is that when I look at the traffic that I get, about 10% of my views come from the library. So people who've already started watching and then come back to finish watching later. The watch later section as well. So particularly with spoiler warning, we're starting to get ridiculous amounts of views after the show airs live, which honestly, it's quite fun. I enjoy it. Mark wants Ilya Dragunov to Imperium, which I've not considered and which I quite like. Perry says, any news of Ed's favourite wrestler of all time, Jay White? From what I can tell, AEW are starting to give up on Jay White a little bit. which certainly increases the chances that is going to pop up in WWE. The WWE have already pitched several storylines, and honestly, that's all you need to know when it comes to what they're hoping for Jay White. He will be skipping NXT. Some of the opponents who've been listed are very exciting prospects, and there is already an ongoing discussion with Bray Wyatt about a finisher change. Devon Pierce says, E-Wrestling News are the 25-1 betting odds of a Sasha Banks appearance. E-Wrestling News is going to lose a lot of money. Bismo loves Dragunov. Joey says, did Bray want a feud of Uncle Howdy originally? Yes. Adam says, will the Uncle Howdy mask or the mask at Royal Rumble? Uncle Howdy and the mask at Royal Rumble are two very different people. They're different people. Also, they've just confirmed that the Demon King will be wrestling at WrestleMania. Perry says, when I can, I'll always support you, Tom, and I appreciate that. I hope you had a good time during Busting Out. I know it didn't get quite as many views as the first time I was on, but I hope you had a good time. I thought it was really funny. I had a good time. Also, I'm glad to see the shorts are doing well. I've been keeping an eye on those. There's some good shorts happening at our local establishment. And I know that in 2 days you have our very own Lauren Goodnight appearing. So if anyone from our Discord is aware, we will be plugging that at the time as well. Peter says the Hall of Fame on BT Sport, and Mark quite accurately responding that it is on the... Oh, I've just lost the multi-stream bit. That it is on the network instead. Hector says, Tom, I know it's not a big surprise, but did you see Bad Bunny is all over the promoting for the Puerto Rican PLE, considering he's from Puerto Rico? It's definitely a great way to sell tickets, and there's a good chance he'll perform at the event as well. Yes, and I do suspect there may be some wrestling in his future. Sean says, do you see Saraya winning a championship in AEW? Yeah. Ghost says, can they coexist? No, but they did win, which ultimately is all that matters. You don't need to be friendly. You just need to win matches. John says, what match do we think opens night 2? The Intercontinental Championship. I'm definitely starting to think now the Intercontinental Championship will be opening night 2. Maybe Becky Lynch, who knows? Megan is thinking Brock versus Omos. Brock's a bit of a throwback, so I can see that. We ended that match a little sooner than I expected. There is definitely going to be at least one more commercial break. Logically then, Roman's going to come out first, hype up the crowd. Cody's going to start his entrance, and then we'll get another commercial break. That's usually what they go for. Yeah, I'm not happy about it, but we are where we are. Parrish says, had a great time, and sometimes it's not always about the views, it's just about the content. And as I say, I really did enjoy it. I do find that I'm able to let loose a little bit more when I'm not on my own network. And I just appreciate the invite, mate. Anything I can do to help you guys grow, you know you're welcome to it. Eric says, Tommy, are you going to see the Michael Jordan Nike movie? No, why would anybody watch that? Joey says, I thought it was already confirmed Brock vs. Omos is opening night 2. I have not heard that myself. Eric says, Sami and KO vs. Usos, they've been confirmed for night 1. Adam says, no, will his gimmick be the Uncle Howdy mask or will the mask he was wearing at the Royal Rumble? Okay, Bray Wyatt and Uncle Howdy are two very different people. They were originally supposed to be Uncle Howdy was a separate person and eventually Bray Wyatt would become Uncle Howdy. That is not what they're playing now. They are very separate people. KWC says hi. Hello, KWC. Welcome to the show. Connor says, are you aware that wrestling has more than one royal family? I've heard that. And I don't know where. Bismo says, Tom, which night of WrestleMania looks like the stronger card? Night 1 for me. But that's mostly because I'm just not that hype for Cody versus Roman. And Perry says, you're always welcome on, my friend. Appreciate that. You will see more of me, don't you worry. But it won't be immediate. WrestleMania is going to exhaust me, as I'm sure you know. We are getting more hype for the Hall of Fame. I'm guessing they're worried that people aren't going to watch. Streaming exclusively on Peacock, it says. I, of course, will be watching on WWE Network. Oh, I was wrong. Cody Rhodes coming down first. Apparently wrestling has more than one royal family. Mark says, are there any wrestlers that WWE wants to put into NXT that people aren't talking about? No, once again, I've said this a few times on the draft prediction video. Triple H doesn't want to just put people down NXT. He's aware of how that's going to look, it's going to look like a demotion. So he's not going to do it. Joey says Brock versus Omos is the only boring match for me. And Ross says Cody out first, which indeed he is. Bailey says, how long will it take to set up the Hall of Fame in the arena? Hopefully not very long. Ultimately, they just have to set up a few chairs and a podium. Most of it is already ready in the backstage. They just wheel it out. Shouldn't be difficult. Cody Rhodes shaking hands. People doing the whoa-whoa. Ghost says, fun fact. Night 2 of this year's WrestleMania is the smallest Mania card of all time. Unless you count WrestleMania 2, which had 4 matches, each held from 3 different locations. Sometimes the stats are not the best. I remember WrestleMania 2. It was an experiment, wasn't it? Quite an experiment. Bismo says, agreed, Tom. Night 1 is a better card. A mark as in the whoa-whoa. It's a bit of a Finn Balor thing as well, isn't it? And God, so much pyro. So much pyro. The Fiend will not return, Adam. Not as Bray Wyatt. There'll be some allusions to it, but he will not go back to that character full time. It's not going to happen. Sean says, I believe I saw that WrestleMania will make 1,200 days since Roman was last pinned. Pretty big number. Chris says, any word on the timing... Perish, we go Perish. Any word on the timing? We will see Pete Dunne back, and if Alba Fire is to be called up, do you think she will go back to Kaylee Ray? She's happy with Alba Fire. She's not particularly unhappy with the name change, though, to be fair, but she isn't either. Triple H will likely have them move back after WrestleMania, but there is a whole creative thing to discuss first. They're still writing plans for them both. Kaylee Ray, to my knowledge right now, is not someone who's on the main roster radar, but if a good storyline is pitched, that will change. Mark says, WWE stopped doing it for so long, they just gave it all for Cody. Yeah, they were saving up because they knew Cody was coming back. Absolutely. Cody is cutting his own promo. Give it 2 more minutes, we'll get Roman's entrance and then commercial break. I got them wrong way around. Okay, so Cody's talking about media. None of this is relatable. None of this is relatable. Connor says, now the question is, will Cody cut Roman Reigns short, or will Roman put a barricade up on Cody Rhodes to his story? Zai says, Cody with an everything is on the table. Eric's singing. People behind this theme. A Cody chant. I'm glad, very glad, that he stepped away from Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens again. Adam, you're going to need to calm down. We've proven pretty conclusively that Zero News is not a reliable source. So if your source is Zero News saying the Fiend's coming back, you're probably going to want to sit down. Because Zero News also reported that at the Royal Rumble there'd be a stare down between The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin. Maybe calm down. Paris says, Kaylee Ray and Damage Control as their hit woman would be awesome. Oh, that's a good shout. I still think Damage Control are going to kick Bayley out. But adding a couple more people, Kaylee Ray's a good shout. Zoe Stark, I feel, could also work really well in that environment as a bruiser. I think we could make that work. Joey's saying, I'm sure Zero News has exclusive on Bray Wyatt return. Knowing full well, of course, that a month ahead of anyone else, the exclusive on Bray Wyatt's return was a spoiler warning exclusive by Tom Colohue. Bismo's enjoying the promo. Interesting there from Cody, suggesting that he brought the AEW audience with him. while I've got you for the last 10 minutes, and before we get to the arrival of Roman Reigns, we're working on some pretty big things on the whole Tom Colohue thing. I'm not going to announce anything in particular now, but what I will say is we're going to add another revenue stream. We're going to add the potential for small-term employment, meaning essentially what I'm hoping is that by the end of this year I'll be able to offer a little bit of income to people beyond just myself. I can ask some people to do this or do that and just help out with the growth of things for financial gain. So I'll be paying them for it as a proper official business. Plenty more to come about that, but keep your ear to the ground because I've got good stuff to talk about. This channel is getting bigger fast. This is probably one of the better promos Cody's cut so far. It's nice to finally just let Cody talk about himself a bit. Who he is. Why he's not a fan of Roman. Why there's actually a competition here. Mark says, in my WrestleMania predictions video, I said you changed my mind about damage control. Peter says, I'm in if money's in the mix. It won't be as simple as that. There'll only be a couple of job opportunities, so... But yeah, if this is my recruiting range here, let's be fair. And here comes Roman. Connor says, here's a little stat for you. The only superstar to compete in all 5 of the last 5 Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royals is Shelton Benjamin. Thought that was interesting. He also got, I believe, quite a few eliminations on this one. Peter's good at sweeping. Ah, weep. Now, I'll be interested to see if the entire bloodline come down or if it's just Roman and Paul Heyman. I'm confident Paul Heyman's going to be there. It is just Roman and Paul Heyman. If Cody wasn't wearing a full suit, I'd be expecting him to get attacked from behind. Let's see if that actually happens, shall we? We may not be getting that final commercial break after all. We don't have time anymore. Guessing that's why they had so many earlier. Roman demanding his championship to the beat of his music. I gotta respect that. Gotta respect it. I do feel like Roman was trying to embarrass Cody a little bit with a pyro there. It was an anything you can do, I can do better moment. Could they potentially be saving the commercial break for right at the end so they have more time to set up the Hall of Fame? Who knows? Connor says, no, so's there. Too busy. No Solo, because as we all know, he's not ready. So just the Chief and the Wise Man. I do find it interesting that we heard the reports about Solo's first loss being saved for Roman, and then Cody beat him. A week after I report that the WWE are trying to put a Cody versus Solo match together. Now, I don't know how we're going to be playing this. Is Roman going to be threatened? Is Roman going to be nervous? Or is Roman going to be Roman and just walk into it blindly? Because that's kind of his thing. Man of action, man of danger and all that jazz. Sean says they should have Roman start his entrance at the beginning of night 1 so he can make it to the ring by the main event for night 2. I'd have him just fight through the crowd for most of night 1, to be honest. Literally, every time they got a bit of dead air, just have Roman and Cody start fighting through the crowd. I see a finish the story Cody sign. And yet I feel like whoever's got those signs is cheering Roman. Hector says, I don't know if it's just me, but Cody's return to WWE has been better than his run in AEW. Just feels he has a purpose in WWE, whereas he really didn't in AEW. Didn't watch enough of his time in AEW to really speculate there, but I do think his purpose in WWE has been given to him, whereas in AEW it was his own choice. Connor saying Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns are basically the same person. Interesting. And Stuart says Solo can't come out, he's still recovering from speaking in the skit. Well, to be fair, he doesn't speak a lot, so sometimes he just needs a bit of recovery time. What are you judging for? What are you judging? Megan says the ramp looks fairly long, so Roman's entrance will take a while. We only have 4 minutes left of SmackDown. Roman Reigns had about as long to talk as he took in his entrance. If the crowd start chanting, no one's going to say anything. There's a dueling chant there. Clear Cody chant, but also clear Roman chants. The crowd aren't convinced. Sean says, I think Cody booked himself in AEW. I don't think he has that in WWE. That is correct, he did. That's exactly spot on. Now, Cody started with his catchphrase and his cheap pop. Roman had to start with his. Oh, maybe not. Cheap heat. Kang says, no way Cody's losing. This is obvious. Different people think different things. I've definitely got Cody winning. He's killed off the crowd with that. Oh, okay. Go on. Roman demands acknowledgement from Cody. Drops the microphone. Holds up the championship. Just one championship at the moment. The WWE Championship. The one Cody wants. And that might be that. Connor says to be fair, that is going to be that. Connor says to be fair, there is some similarities. Both are fathers who are also wrestlers. Both were in three-man factions early in their WWE careers. Both were in the tag team section of the three-man factions. So close. That's a fair show. You've compelling argument there. Mark says it's random, but Roman always wears his WWE title around his waist and Paul holds the Universal. Not actually true. There is a lot of rotation. A lot of rotation. Bismo says, I wonder how many FU Roman chants happen on Sunday. Plenty. Hopefully. Sai says that was a go-home angle. It wasn't great, that was it? That wasn't great. The build to the main event has not been good at all. Dominic says, I changed my mind about Cody. Roman's got the final boss mode. And Perry says, $100 a beer later. I'm now ready for night one of WrestleMania. It's not that bad. It's not that bad, surely. I'm swapping over to the WWE Network now, where there should be a Hall of Fame waiting for me, which hopefully is not going to be, hopefully it's not going to be, 2.5 hours. I have no idea what binge is, James Kemple, so I cannot answer that question. If it does end up being 2.5 hours, gotta be honest, I'm going to bed. Going to bed. Screw that noise. Oh, it's not live yet. It's showing the 2022 Hall of Fame, which was 2 hours and 9 minutes. Why would that be a thing? Right, let me look at the schedule, make sure I'm on the right place. Yep. 3 a.m. Hall of Fame 2023. 5:30 a.m. NXT Level Up. I am scared. The thing is, there won't even be commercial breaks. What if I need the bathroom? I remember Randy Orton's gold suit. What no one will remember is Undertaker mugging for the camera before turning around in that final moment. Unfortunately not sure on that one, James. Sai says, I'm out. Catch you all tomorrow. Thanks for the coverage and the chat. Thank you, Sai, for being here and keeping us company. Hector says, by all indications, this is probably the last time we will see Roman as champ, and it's been such an amazing run. I'm glad we got to witness heel Roman for the first time. We are not just going to see the end of a great championship reign. we're going to see the end of a great champion. The character is going to be forever missed. We are in Hall of Fame watch-along mode. I did just change my overlay, because why the hell not? Hector says at least they didn't wrestle the belt back and forth. Yeah, that was annoying. Very Brock. Bailey says, hope to see everyone here tomorrow. Is that you, Bailey? Are you heading off? Because we have a Hall of Fame to watch, and we're just going to keep going. Unless it's 2.5 hours long, in which case we will not be keeping going. We're playing this one by ear. Just didn't. No idea whether it's on Peacock or not. I'm watching on the network. I don't have Peacock. Connor says, God damn it. Was going to go to bed, but I'm not tired. So it looks like I'll stay up for now until I am tired. Pete says, I'm off, Tom. Catch you all tomorrow. And you, Peter. Catch you all tomorrow. And Perry says, in 2 hours, Ed and I are recording Night 1 predictions. Want in? Absolutely not. I'm recording nothing at 5 a.m. Not a thing. 5 a.m. There's got to be a line somewhere. There's got to be a hard, firm line when we walk away on that one. Dom says, on Peacock, we have a Hall of Fame kickoff. While they set up for the Hall of Fame, we're in a kickoff. We're in a Hall of Fame kickoff. A 15-minute kickoff. Okay, I can last that. Dom says, who are you looking forward to seeing at the Hall of Fame? Pretty much everyone. I just want to see nice suits. I don't think it's a lot to ask for some nice suits. Bailey says, gotta go. Enjoy your night, Bailey. Nice to see you. Wade Barrett and Michael Cole are continuing through into the Hall of Fame. They're calling it live from the red carpet. They're not. That's not how that works. There is no red carpet. But hey, live and learn. Do your thing. Ross says, was going to watch the whole of this, but don't know how long I'll last. Alright, really. Connor says, Tom, you should stop drawing lines. It does not make a very good picture. True. Very true. Maria Menounos is here. Well, that's an outfit. So typically at this point, I'll start rating outfits. Corey Graves looks fantastic. The shirt looks a little bit solid. Little variation. I think all black, not something that's working for us. I think it looks good, but I don't think it looks great. Maria Menounos stands out because she's actually colourful, but I do feel the tone of the dress is a bit too close to her skin tone, so it doesn't stand out with that much impact. Still looks good, still looks stylish, but I do feel she could be a little more impactful in her choices. Then we have Byron Saxton, keeping it moderately simple and understated, but he's standing out with a bit of gold. I think Byron Saxton, actually the best dressed right there. Also, I love a bow tie. It's hard to see Corey Graves' bow tie. Byron Saxton stands out. As regards Carmella, all I will say is that is quite an outfit. Okay, I did have a waistcoat on, but not anymore. But let's go official. We're going to have to do this properly and really respect what we're doing. As such, let's make it official, let's make it proper, let's look good. It is something, Mark. She's wearing something. Joey says apparently Dante Martin broke his leg at the Ring of Honor pay-per-view. Oof, that could be gnarly. And Connor says quite an outfit is one way to put it. Hector says, good night, Tom and chat. Enjoy the Hall of Fame. I have to be up for work at 5 a.m, but I'll be off all weekend, so I'm excited for all the watch-alongs. Looking forward to seeing you again, Hector. Enjoy your night. Megan says, what the hell, Carmella? She just kept her look from the stage reveal video. Girl says, you need to put on a blazer with these fashion reviews. Literally, as I was doing it. The lighting isn't perfect for that. We have Queen Sharmell, Booker T and Kathy Kelly backstage. Booker T standing out with the tone of the suit. The lines are a little bit confusing. I do feel like it's making me a little bit dizzy. The pocket square, though, very stylish. It's a mess. It's supposed to be a pocket triangle. It just looks like a bit of a mess. If it was a bit more shaped, the aesthetic would work for me, but I still think the suit looks okay until you get to the tie. You can see far too much of the tie. That's kind of throwing it for me. As regards Sharmell, stylish, powerful. I can't see the full dress, but that is certainly emblazoned heavily. The toned suit her skin very well as well. Kathy Kelly, as always, looks absolutely amazing. Good choice of jewellery, I feel, to accentuate what she's working with at the moment. Quite a few choices of earrings. I didn't realise how pierced she was. And just the blue, I feel, is the right colour for her. It stands out in the right way for her skin tone, suits the makeup. Although I will say the mic pack is sort of working against. Megan says it's a good choice for an interview with Maria and Byron. Colourful but not too distracting. Also says Sharmell looks amazing with the jewel tones. Happy she's gone for simple hair with that elaborate dress. Ross says I'd give Byron's jacket a go. Stuart saying Carmella definitely stands out. Sure as hell couldn't miss her. You really couldn't. I like the attitude that we've got here. Baron Sexton and Maria Menounos actually playing off the fact that they were supposed to be interviewing a hardcore legend, and I imagine that was going to be Mick Foley. They're clearly doing a bit of vamping at the moment, but I'm behind it. Okay, so that they are acting like genuine red carpets. Kurt. Kurt Angle is Kurt Angle. And I don't want to be mean because I'm wearing basically the same thing he is, but the suit not quite as flattering to his figure as maybe would be ideal. Quite a plain choice. Not very creative. Bit of a shame. His wife though looks very stylish, very sleek. Megan says, Kathy's also clearly got the memo about the colourful but not distracting outfits. Indeed. You want to stand out, much like Maria Menounos is doing, much like Kathy Kelly's doing, much like Baron Saxton is doing, but not distract attention from the people around you. As much of it depends who you're speaking with. If, for example, Kathy Kelly was next to Carmella and Corey Graves, it might be a bit of a different scenario. Mark says, as regards Kurt Angle, he needs some milk. Ross says she is lovely, Kathy, to be fair. And Connor says, Kurt has never struck me as a suit guy, so this does not surprise me. The guy loves a singlet. He was born to wear a singlet, and we're not ashamed of him for that. They are vamping as best as they can, but they are trying to make it up as they go along here. Baron Saxton having a quick glance around to see if there's anyone else they can talk to. Megan saying Kurt Angle going for the uncle at a wedding look. Looking uncomfortable. The lack of any sort of shirt or tie. Bit of a shame. Can at least put a waistcoat on that. Some sort of bow tie. And not standing with your hands in your pockets. Kurt Angle still talking as he walked away. Megan says 100% would steal Baron's jacket. That's my level of sparkle. I once went to a ballet of Sleeping Beauty and the devil was wearing a red sparkly jacket. That's my level of sparkle. Michael Cole now speaking about Rey Mysterio. If you've ever been in this sort of environment as someone who works in the media, I've been in this environment. Essentially, people are volunteering to kill time. People are being asked, do you have anything entertaining to say? And anyone who says yes, they'll get a chance. Do you remember when WrestleMania was rained off? I think it was WrestleMania 37, which had about a half hour of torrential downpour before the actual WrestleMania could start. So they just went backstage to whoever would listen. Braun Strowman had a try. Didn't quite work out. But they tried. Kathy Kelly has got hold of someone. It is Charlotte Flair. Now, Charlotte Flair knows how to look powerful. I would like to see the rest of the dress, because at the moment I'm not 100% certain whether that's a dress or a jumpsuit, etc. She does say that she's matching with Andrade. Hopefully get to see him soon as well. I do feel the skin tone is sort of working against her there, though. Much like Maria Menounos, it's actually just a bit too close to her skin tone to stand out. Also, her earrings mirrors. Her earrings actually just mirrors. That's confusing. Imagine being an interviewer and having to deal with that. Connor says, what is vamping? Killing time. Vamping essentially is making up as you go along. You see it in jazz all the time. Chris says, the beer is for enjoyment, not because I think it's bad. Fair. Mark says, Michael Cole calling her a god. Well, yeah, I mean, she is the queen and she's very, very good at what she does. Perry says, they're drinking celebration, not for sadness. Good shout. Mark says, will he be back in WWE? Who, Michael Cole? Or Kurt Angle? No, Kurt Angle will not be wrestling in WWE again, I can guarantee you that. Yes, Connor is blagging it. It is 100% blagging it, making it up as you go along. You've got to be good at what you do. Ooh, okay, Mark, we will see Andrade soon, I'm sure. So, this is a difficult one. Because The Miz is definitely stylish here. He's wearing all black, but he's got a bit of a sparkle to it, which makes it stand out. I would like to see a different coloured shirt. I think he'd suit a nice rich purple. I'm confused by this because The Miz in all black is confusing to me. That said, he does match his wife, who is also in all black. I like the lace effect. It gives a bit of variation to the dress. I also like that her jewellery matches the bag. We've got a good combination here. You can never doubt the fact that these two will always dress to suit each other. They will always be a very good combination. Mark says The Miz and Maurice look awesome. Megan says, if the detail is a bit darker, it might work, but right now for me, it's a boot. I'd imagine this is as regards Charlotte. Also says, if I was a runner needing to find someone to kill time, I would head straight for the New Day. Always a good shout. You're absolutely right. Ghost says, I feel like I need to change into something fancy anytime I watch the Hall of Fame. It's what we do for the Hall of Fame. We try and dress up. Megan says, Maurice looks underdressed for her style. I was expecting some colour from her. We've had our first few people joining what will be the crowd. I believe that is Lacey Evans and her husband, as well as Booker T and Queen Sharmell. Michael Cole is now speaking through someone else. We have only 2 minutes left of kickoff show, so he won't be able to talk about everyone, but he's got a little list of people that he wants to speak about, and I respect that. Perry says, 5 a.m. is perfect recording time. Haven't you heard? Joey says, where's the bow tie? Not everyone's going to rock a bow tie. Bow ties are cool. Connor says, I am fine with not wearing anything fancy. I'm happy with my Timothy Thatcher t-shirt and jeans. To be fair, I am still wearing jeans. There is a tone of voice that Michael Cole uses, which makes it clear that he's being absolutely genuine. Sami Zayn and his wife, I believe it was Khadijah there. She looks a little bit shocked to be where she is right now. A little bit nervous, and I can understand that. You would expect Sami Zayn and anyone he is a family with to be quite understated, to not be too extravagant. It's not his style, and that's exactly what we're seeing from both of them. Sami's smart, he's stylish, but at the same time, he's still Sami Zayn. So honestly, as long as he is Sami Zayn, he's always going to look good. And Megan and Ghost talking about Charlotte Flair and her preference of pink. She does like a hot pink. I mentioned Sami Zayn. I didn't really comment too much on the dress of Khadijah. I, again, like the style. It certainly stands out. We're seeing a lot of plain black, as it were, so I'd like a little bit of colour. But at the same time, I think the tie around the waist adds that nice bit of variation that you're looking for. Sami vamping is an interesting thing. He's genuinely treating this like a shoot. You will note his wife is really gripping tight to her bag. That's a sign of nervousness. Girl says, I wish Sami would have pulled the hair up into a man bun, but standard suit for sure. Understated is what I would stick with. He's not going to spend a lot of money on a suit. It's just not his style. Sami Zayn quite literally talking about Dominic Mysterio and helping the storyline along. Standard. Joey says, I just saw the vid. Darius Martin took a bad landing. Connor says, typical dad suit right there. Joey says, why does TK allow those dangerous spots? He's going to end up getting someone killed. TK does not produce the matches. Megan says, it's also Ramadan for Sami and his wife. There's something of a dress code for this time, as I understand. Fair enough. I was not aware of that. It is maybe something I should be making myself more aware of. The kickoff to the Hall of Fame should at this point have completed. Wait, Bayley is in a red dress, a bomber jacket, and she's eating. I love her. I love her. A Rob Van Dam chant from the crowd. I'm guessing he's there. There with company, as is his style. We have the Street Profits backstage. Montez Ford knows us. See, Montez Ford knows a suit. And he looks amazing. Black, a very similar actual jacket as Kathy Kelly's telling him to Baron Saxton, but the chain is really making it pop, plus the rim of the glasses. He looks very, very fancy. That said, Angelo, it is the exact same jacket. It genuinely is the exact same jacket. Angelo Dawkins, though, I just want to point out, Angelo Dawkins is looking sleek. The tie is popping perfectly. And he looks confident. He looks confident, he looks assured. I respect that. Ghost says, Montez is married to Bianca. Of course he knows fashion. And Megan says, love both Profits. Dawkins ties a nice pop of colour. Connor says, Bayley is great, gotta love eating. She just sat on the chair eating. She's having a great time. Joey says, Andrade at the Hall of Fame? Yes, he is. He's backstage as we speak. And Mark enjoying the fact that Byron Saxton and Montez Ford are wearing the same. They're having a lot of fun backstage. I don't think the Profits even got to say anything there, but they'll be fine with that. The music is kicking in, which means we are about to get going. Dom says, sounds like a heel plot between them. You may notice that this is a very, very different watch party style than what I usually do. I'll Ricochet in bright blue. Bright blue. Because at this point it's Hall of Fame. So what we're doing is a typical red carpet judging. We are judging. So I advise everyone to jump in, judge for yourselves. We'll talk about style, we'll talk about stories, we'll talk about substance. But more importantly, I may eat a Mawam. If everyone's okay with it, I might eat a Mawam. Megan says, two-top boot time, and Ghost says people are running to their seats. They're being rushed out, particularly of course the Street Profits. I'm a little scared about the fact that I'm not even tired yet. I worry that I'm going to be awake until the end of time and then fall asleep during WrestleMania. We're getting a recap. The build towards a 6-woman tag match on night 2 of WrestleMania. Ross says Tony Khan has big news for the 5th of April Dynamite apparently. He always has big news, doesn't he? We know this game. We know what he's doing. We don't really enjoy it. Can I just say every moonsault lead to hits terrifies me a little bit? Yeah, I'm in the cupboard, mate. You want a pink one or a green one? We've got pink ones and green ones. They're supposed to keep me awake, but I'm buzzing. I'm not concerned. I gotta say, I'm not the biggest fan of this impending 6-woman tag. It's not exciting me. It's not of much interest to me at all, let's be honest. I don't know. Pink one, got it. I don't know what a Laffy Taffy is. I'll take your word for it, Dom. I mean, you'll know. Oh, I've gone flipping pen. Now, obviously, as we know, there are some pretty big rumours about a heel turn for Trish. And Becky Lynch does need new people to work with. She's kind of beaten up every single person in the entire division, apart from maybe Rhea Ripley. I'd like to see a feud between her and Zelina Vega, if I'm honest. I feel that would be a fun one. The Hall of Fame is officially starting, which means at this point it is probably going to last 2 hours. I want to point that out. I mean, you don't get all dressed up for nothing, do you? And I do feel quite a few of the wrestlers who've wrestled earlier in particular, it will take a little while for them to get fully comfortable. Cody Rhodes, of course, is already dressed, but I'd imagine he's got a special extra suit. I'm interested to see if Roman attends. It's not usually his style. I could see him sitting at the back with the rest of the bloodline. I'd like to see Roman in a suit. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'd like to see Roman in a suit. Mark says, I think after the match will be more interesting than the actual match. Connor says, what the USA calls them. Gotcha. Jordan Plays, welcome, says, Tom, I see a clear change in Roman's demeanour. Little less vicious, less swagger. I think it's noticeable. Do you see what I am saying? Yes, there is a momentary pause in what he's doing. The Sami Zayn of it all has certainly affected him. Dom says, I just found out what you call it, so I'm going to go take your word also. A Mawam. It's on the thing. It's on the thing. A Mawam. I don't know where the idea came from. Jordan says, Tom, are the 4-way tag team matches pre-show? They are not. They are main card. There isn't really any pre-show matches planned. Ross says, is it not injury related though, the 6-woman tag to keep Dakota working less? Yes, it is. And there's been quite a few changes to make it work and make people interested in it. But that's still a difficult situation for a lot of people. It's not what they were looking for. And that brings its own set of challenges with it. I'm still excited for quite a few of the matches that we are looking at, but I don't know, not for me. Little nod to Eddie Guerrero there as well. Bit of Farouk. And the usual DX loving. The WWE really do consider DX to be the pinnacle of all things wrestling. It's not always the case. It's not always the case. I'm pretty confident we're not going to see any CM Punk, I tell you that. This is a very long high package for something that we're actively watching now. There's only 5 Hall of Famers. I can't imagine they're going to have 20-minute long speeches. We're going to get plenty of hype packages for them. I don't know. I'm wondering if this was the deal. We got the match between Shinsuke Nakamura and Great Muta, and in exchange, the WWE got a whole load of footage. I'm looking forward to seeing what Stacy Keibler's choosing to wear, I'll tell you that. Mark says, man, I miss Eddie. Was watching his compilation the other day and love it. Brought my childhood back. Dom says, don't forget to hit the like button. Oh, we have one word for you. Remember, seems right for the Hall of Fame. Right, so the kickoff show ended 11 minutes ago. Like, there's a point at which you're just wasting time. We have people in the ring. And most of the crowd has actually stuck around. Sami Zayn and his wife are sat with who I believe is Baron Corbin in a nice burgundy. Corey Graves and Kayla Braxton, who, much like Carmella, is wearing a thing. She's definitely wearing a thing. There's definitely a favoured style at the Hall of Fame this year. Ghost says that package was a little over 4 minutes long. Far too long. Far too long. We are opening with Stacy Keibler. I do feel they don't want to focus too much on the WCW days, but they have made the clear decision to just focus entirely on her legs, which, to be fair, is fitting with every single day of Stacy Keibler's time in the WWE. Like, I get that there was a lot of sexualization at the time, but it's very focused sexualization. We're not even focused on other body parts. It's just purely the fact that her legs are long. Which they are, admittedly. It gets creepy when they do all this focus on the legs and then they show her as a toddler. Didn't feel great about that. Oh, we're really using this WCW stuff. I do wonder sometimes what made her decide to be a Nitro girl when she had a lot of options. Miss Hancock is a member of Standards and Practice. Standards and Practice is, of course, the Vince Russo invention. Had a bad time for WCW. Mark says, do you think Dom will interrupt Rey's induction? I don't think so. It's not really the time. Also, I loved Stacy, obviously because of her wrestling. Dom says, did Stacy ever win the women's title? I was only 8 when she was in the WWE. No, I don't believe that she did. Bear with me. I think she was largely used as a character actor. Not necessarily a lot of focus on her actually wrestling. She was more involved in pillow fights and stuff. And getting RKO'd by Randy Orton. Also, wasn't she the one who hyped up Test's testicles? Tell me if I'm wrong. Joey says, Tom's got legs. I do. They're right there. I'm sat on one of them right now. Mick, how you doing? Says, what an exhausting SmackDown for all Germans. DAZN has quit as a streaming provider overnight. We Germans now have no possibility to watch live wrestling. Great, isn't it? Well, also one of the other trick, nevertheless, to freak out. Now in good quality Hall of Fame. Good to see you here at this time, Tom. Welcome, Mick. I did see your email. Unfortunately, didn't get time to respond to it. I watch on BT Sport. I know that's not available in Germany. I like that they focus on the fact that she was in Dancing with the Stars, got to the final, and then just leave it there. Even got a clip from How I Met Your Mother. We're serious here. Jordan, thank you kindly for that donation. Says, Tom, what type of hours are you keeping? 4:30 a.m. now, right? It's actually 3:30 a.m. So not quite 4:30 a.m. But I guarantee you I won't be in bed before 5. I won't be in bed before 5. Alright, so does almost have large hands. The biggest in the world, mate. The biggest. Joey says, I love that we're getting a Latino World Order faction again. I think this has huge potential. I agree. I think it has the possibility to be done right, and I think that's the big difference. Megan says, Kayla looks cute, like the lighter colour. And Ghost says, Hall of Fame worthy sneezes right there. Megan says, no spoilers, but the Super Card of Honor main event is just starting. Tori Wilson and Mick Foley will be inducting Stacy Keibler. I did report earlier in the month that Stacy Keibler would be inducted by Tori Wilson. It's just that they were basically the unit when they joined WWE. You had a couple of actual wrestlers in Trish Stratus and Lita, and then you had a bit of eye candy in Stacy Keibler and Tori Wilson. Tori Wilson looks amazing. That is Hall of Fame colours. That is a very bright dress. Tori Wilson looks amazing. Mick Foley's bow tie is lopsided. Mick Foley has a certain style. Ghost says, when did they get to the ring? During the hype package. It's a good question. Why is Mick Foley in this position? Connor says, what I can take from this is legs. Yes. The entire hype package, just focus on the fact that there are legs. Eric says, do you think Angel and Humberto get added to the LWO? No, because it's not just anyone of Latin origin. Thank you, Jordan, for another donation, says Tom. I know you despise repeating yourself, but I'd love to know what you are seeing out of Roman that coincides with what I'm seeing, a lack of swag. There's a lot more to it. It's mostly just attention. Whenever he's backstage with the Usos, it no longer feels like he's in charge. It feels a little more nervous. It feels a little more strained. He knows he doesn't have the control he used to. For me, that stands out. I'm glad Mick Foley's starting to talk about Stacy Keibler here, because he spoke about himself for a while there. Mick throwing some respect on the names of the women who held the women's division together between 2000 and 2015. Mickie James, for example, gets a lot of credit for that, even though she hasn't been brought back for a while. I don't know, Eric. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Let me know, because that would certainly change things. Megan says, Kuta, free PO from Tori Wilson. I have no idea what that is, Megan. Can you let me know? And Go says, Tori's giving me Hunger Games vibes for some reason, but in a very couture way. I'm not au fait with this. Clue me in. I think she looks great. See, I recently watched Stacy Keibler in How I Met Your Mother, because I just every now and then I like to wear suits so people compare me to Barney. I feel like Tori Wilson's bored. See, free people with the goal, but it's gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you, Megan. I feel like the crowd is also getting a little bit bored. Connor says his demeanour is also slightly off and lower, which is a change. It's not as nervous as I'd like it to be for an impending implosion, but we are where we are. There is a lot of style to Tori's dress. The gold chain, for example, really adds a nice pop to it. Thank you, Khalid. I appreciate that. Mark says, WrestleVotes is saying that Malachi Black, Andrade and Dean Malenko among those sitting in the talent section on stage at the Hall of Fame right now. You'd expect that, yes, very much. Dean Malenko, of course, works backstage. Aleister Black married to Zelina Vega. Trust me when I say that Triple H has not missed an opportunity. Mick Foley wraps up. Big pop for Tori Wilson. She's 100% going to cry. Awkward story. So the whole story is, wow, she was really hot and we were obsessed. There's a lot of love in what Tori Wilson's saying. Connor says, definitely Triple H will be taking advantage of this to have a little chat with them about stuff. 100%. There is definite interest in Andrade and Aleister Black coming back to the WWE. Ghost says, I hope Mick lets Tori talk. Thankfully, he did step aside at that point. Tori Wilson seems to have at least prepared a speech properly. Megan says, I've seen Andrade and Black in a couple of pictures. They're not too far apart either, but they're on the far side, so you probably won't see them on camera. It's a shame, because Aleister Black looks very good in a suit. I like what Tori Wilson is saying, the idea that you can be feminine and strong. Earlier today I was having a conversation about this and the value of, for example, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. How big an impact that had on the idea that you can still be a girl and also be a badass. My kids have a huge benefit of things like Buffy, but we'll never watch it and we'll never know the value that it held. Stacy Keibler was an example of that. She was able to maintain her femininity. This is going to be a 2-hour show. She's not even out yet. Why does everyone know the exact length of her legs? Why is this so vital to her overall character and demeanor? Gotcha, Eric. Kind of says, Andrade, I can see heading back. Not as sure about Malachi, as he's a champ in AEW now. Ross says they're milking these speeches, and they will continue to do so. And Leuven says, what's up, Tom? What's up, Leuven? How you doing? Thanks, mate. There are definitely times I've dressed up a little more, but it's Hall of Fame, it's right after SmackDown. I've got no time to dress up any further. The fans are definitely getting restless here. They knew how long this speech was going to be. It's not like they're messing around. She is getting through it. Connor says, because everyone knows the length of her legs. Just imagine every convo where she just drops in the length of her legs randomly. Stacey 42-inch Keebler. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Here we go. Okay, I think we have a winner. She looks amazing. How can anyone look that good? She nearly fell over on the ramp and just styled it out. Just full on styled it out. I'm so glad they put stairs up. Leuven says she got a leg up on the competition. How dare you? I thought Tori Wilson looked amazing and then Stacey Keebler turned up and just, my God, the scale has changed. She looks fantastic. She also looks just so happy to be there. There has always been this element of purity to Stacey Keebler. No airs and graces, no messing around. If she didn't like you, she would look you in the eye and tell you. That's the feeling that you got, and you can respect that. Ghost says, Andy Kaufman's speech won't be long, don't worry. Of course, Stacey would kill it. Megan says, toot, love the half train, matching the neckline. Again, choice in jewellery as well. Speaking with confidence as well. There's a lot of fans who want to get a chant going, but they also don't want to interrupt the speech, which is just awkward in every way. There it is. They were given an opportunity and they absolutely took it. We seem to be getting big cheap pop energy right now. I wouldn't know what to say in a speech like this. Oh God, look, there she is. There she is. Look at her. Wow, Nicholas, that's how you're defining someone, is it? Me and you might not get on. Right, so now it all makes sense. Now it all makes sense. Why be a Nitro girl when you can be anything you want? Just why make that particular choice? The answer is Bret Hart. Such a babby in that picture. Fans definitely came to see Stacey. She is not letting them say that you deserve it. Mark says, gotta love the cheap pop energy. Okay, she's now putting over the Hall of Fame itself. Integrity. You realise Donald Trump's in the Hall of Fame, right? Why has grit become a thing in WWE since Edge came back? Good shout, Leuven. She may be holding back a few tears. She's using this platform extremely well. Megan says, been looking through some crowd pics. I think Ashanti is in some kind of lime green sleeveless tux. Interesting. There's also a lot of jokes about Cody and Brandy sitting next to Triple H. I mean, they are the ones. Again, there's just that wonderful purity. Just like, yeah, it really hurts. She's giving it all back. We're just reaching the thank yous now. This is going to be half-hour speeches. There are lots of stories around that time of the training that wrestlers had to undertake. Not good training. Basically just beating the crap out of them. When the Big Show was trained by Triple H literally just beat the ever-living crap out of him and just left him on the floor. That was part of the training. Shout out for the Dudleys there. I think Tori Wilson is still trying desperately not to cry. And there is the picture on the screen that she asked if she could take. She's going to break. Oh, she's going to break badly. Mark says, I laughed so hard when you said Trump. Leuven says, I love Brandy so much. This is a long speech, kind of surprised. Endurance training. Why did Triple H do that? The Big Show, though, he had already been in WCW. No, this was in WCW. When the Giant came in, Terror Rising was still in WCW. Connor says, it's good to know wrestling training has come a long way since then, where they don't just beat up the students now. That's how they started. They always believed that if you couldn't survive that sort of beating, you weren't going to make it in wrestling. That's what they thought. Brief showing of the family. Okay, Megan. Let's see what we've got. I'm guessing this is Alina and Alistair. Or is it Ashanti? Bear with me, I think I'm going to sneeze again. Alistair Black really knows a suit. Also, Zelina Vega knows how to accessorize. The use of the stockings is very good there. The stance as well. Stance is important. She's now thanking her mother and father. I think, as I say, she prepared this speech. The WWE knew it was going to take a while to get through, and my God, it is. I'm eating a Mauam. I'm eating a Mauam. I give up. Just one Mauam. I want to survive. Okay, this is surely the end of it. Okay, once again celebrating the fans. Like, we got it. I just heard someone shout one more match. She stopped a long time ago, mate. No, Leuven's. Megan is cherry picking them and sending them on to me. Connor says, it's good to see Malachi pulling a Rick Rude by being on WWE and AEW at the same time. Big boy player him. Maybe he'll do the shave and complete the look. And we are a wrap. Just look how happy she is. It is Baron Corbin on the front row. He does look good. I think we've got another ad. We have another ad for WrestleMania. It's nearly 4 a.m. If it's half-hour speeches, we're actually going beyond 5:30. Because there's 4 more. The Hall of Fame's going to be longer than SmackDown. I don't know if this is doable, guys. I don't think I can afford to be up until 5:30. Another ad for WrestleMania. I do feel like they're just killing time. Because they're on Peacock now, they have to add more ads in. Which is just painful. Connor says 1 down, 4 to go. Okay. If the next one's like 10 minutes, we're all flying. It's not gonna be. Ooh, Connor says, Tommy, you need to see Mustafa's attire. He looks class. Alright, I want that. He is a beautiful man. I'd imagine it's all over the timeline. AEW is trying to get my attention. That is not going to work. Mustafa Ali, founder of Mustafa Motivate. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, you are absolutely right. It looks amazing. Lovely. Andy Kaufman is next up. This won't just be about wrestling. Though I'm sure we're going to get a lot of Jerry Lawler in this one. I gotta admit, I don't know much about Andy Kaufman. I really don't. Tom says, let's go chat, you can do it. Joey says, how's the Hall of Fame been so far? I've liked it, but it's long. Like, the speeches are all fairly good. Mick Foley's could have done a bit more with it, but they tried their best to keep it interesting. And honestly, it's interesting to hear some of this stuff. About the history of Stacey Keebler, her time with Tori Wilson, her reasons for joining when she did. I'm interested in all of this. I just don't know if I can give it that long. For me, it's the first time seeing any of this. Genuinely, I have no idea who he was. Connor says, Mustafa might be top of my list for looking like $1,000,000. He's up there, he looked amazing. Ross says, on the celebrity wing, snooze. Megan says, Supercard main event is done. Ghost says, I'm assuming Lawler is either inducting him or accepting the award on his behalf. I would assume the same. The thing is, Jerry Lawler is the definition of self-indulgent. The very definition of self-indulgent. Megan says Ali looks fantastic. which I agree. Essentially, I forgot Ken Jeong was involved. Essentially, they're highlighting Andy Kaufman as the first celebrity wrestler. And considering celebrity has been written all the way through WrestleMania's history, you gotta respect it. Ghost says, Brandy Rhodes is also there and Cody did not change his suit. I'm surprised by that. Maybe he's not a bigger fan of suits as I thought he was. Shame. Dominic says, Tom for the Hall of Fame. I reckon I'll be okay. Okay, long hype package, but as expected, it is indeed Jerry the King Lawler. Looks like a pre-recorded video package. Oh no, they literally says he's back. Oh no, it is a pre-recorded video. Why does he have 2 suits of armour? And you couldn't mic him up. God, he was actually an attractive man. Jerry Lawler, wasn't he? Shame what he became. Barry says, I remember him in the sitcom Taxi. That's my only contribution. I'm just not familiar with him. Before my time and different place. I didn't get to see a lot of American comedy growing up. Jimmy Hart is in the arena. Another chance to see everyone on the stage. Dominic looks quite stylish. And yeah, Cody sat right next to Triple H. Sheamus scrubs up pretty well as well. There's a few stand out there. I'm realising now that Jimmy Hart's going to spend the next 40 minutes just trying to make everyone look at him again. I'm nervous about this. The fans did not want to cheer for King. Joey says, Andrade getting more TV time in WWE, which is fair. Mark says, Jimmy Hart annoys me more than anyone. I wouldn't say more than anyone, but I'm not pro Jimmy Hart. That said, as we're judging, he's got a good combination of colours for his suit. There's a lot going on there. The flowers are distracting. Yes, Ross. Jerry is he's quite ill at the moment and recovering. Sitting in his chair to get the record. Oh, Ghost is giving us an image of Bianca Belair and what she's wearing. Let's check that out. I do like this. Just looking through all the different attires and different styles and... Okay. She dressed to match Montez Ford. They do look very good together. The image of Cody shaking hands with Montez Ford is going to be played a lot of different ways, and you know it. No, Joey, AEW is not invading. There just happen to be a few husbands there. Connor says, I really don't want to hear Jimmy here, to be honest. Neither do I. The crowd aren't popping for him. At least he's getting through it. He's also exposing the business a little bit. Mark says, Bobby Lashley just tweeted this out. I'll say it once again. I am free Saturday and Sunday. Can't have WrestleMania without the Almighty. You just can't. Whoever wants to test me, step up. Or maybe we will get LA Knight. Connor saying, weird decision of Bianca's to match Byron's suit. Very odd. I am not with you there, Barry. Suggesting a Jimmy Hart Appreciation Day? I'm not with you. The crowd are not popping for any of this. Okay, we're getting the applause there. He's completely lost track of what's happening here, but the Kaufman family are apparently coming down to accept the award on Andy's behalf, which is perfectly respectable. They must be quite nervous as well. It's a big crowd. They're just walking down through everyone. Who is that in the pink hat? Is that Liv Morgan? That's Liv Morgan, isn't it? That's Liv, of course, that's Liv Morgan. That is a choice of outfit. Again, Dominic looks quite good. He's sitting with Rhea as well, I believe. Few tears here, it looks like. Ghost says Jimmy might have inducted the most amount of people ever. Eventually the day will come where he doesn't know anyone anymore. Lewin says, what does self-indulging mean? Self-indulging, basically just indulging yourself. Dominic suggests Bastion Booger for the Hall of Fame. Leuven says, what WTF is Liv wearing? Barry says, I'm not 100% sure who Jimmy Hart is, to be honest. I stopped watching wrestling in mid-80s. Restarted about 6 years ago. I think I might have bypassed him. Pretty much. Jimmy Hart was basically tied at the hip to Hulk Hogan. Wherever Hogan went, Jimmy Hart just sort of followed. Megan says, I've just seen Liv's outfit. That's a choice. And Sonya looks good. I need to check some of these out. Let's see. Sonya Deville. Yeah, I got nothing. Not a thing. It'll all work out. Ghost says, Rhea appears to be wearing an off-the-shoulder black, of course, gown with a slit. I did see that while the family were coming down. Again, quite stylish. She knows how to do a hair, Rhea. I think it's just we're used to seeing Rhea in a particular way. And when she deviates from that, she stands out, even if she is wearing all black. Sometimes it's just about knowing your audience. So, you know, he said the Andy Kaufman one was going to be short. They are just talking about what wrestling is now. Mick says Hawkins Myers in the Superstars on the stage. Not that I've seen. Lewin says Jimmy Hart did the ad-libs on HBK's entrance music. I did not know that. And says Rhea sitting in between Dom and Buddy Matthews. Yep. I didn't actually spot Buddy Matthews. But you'll note that Dominic Mysterio is in the walkway. There's a reason for it. The biggest surprise to me at this point is that the fans are still in place. I expected a lot of the fans to have already moved on from this point. Even though it's a smaller fame, I expected them to have moved on. So yes, there is a lot on Twitter at the moment about Liv's choice of outfit. She's worn that hat before. I don't know where, I don't know how, but she's worn that hat before. Luther says, I've seen the picture. Connor says that was pretty quick, to be fair. In the end, yeah, you're absolutely right. I expected that to go a little bit longer, but I'm pleasantly surprised. Connor says 2 down, 3 to go. And suddenly, we're at a bit of a better place. We have an hour and 20 to do 3. Oh, but still, 5:30. At least I'll be ready for WrestleMania afterwards. I'm going to be exhausted, but I'll sleep properly. Ghost says, I did not anticipate this, holding out hope for Great Muta instead. And Barry says, is Dominic wearing a diamond-encrusted ankle tag? I did not look at his ankles. Gotta be honest. It's rare that I look at someone's ankles. It's not impossible. I mean, sometimes people just have interesting ankles. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. Joey says, I saw a vid on Twitter. LA Knight got a big reaction at the Hall of Fame. But more importantly, Joey, how does he look? How does he look? So we have another WrestleMania commercial. Jesus Christ, we're seeing so many of these already. This one more focused on Rhea Ripley. I'm surprised they haven't made more of the fact that Rhea Ripley picked up like 5 injuries in the first 10 minutes. And then just kept going. Like, that is what I feel you should be really focused on when it comes to Rhea Ripley. Megan says, this weekend I'll be running on caffeine and sheer will. Caffeine, sheer will and Mawams. There's a point at which I'm just going to give up and start eating on stream, and I hope you guys understand that that's just something that's going to happen. I can't sit here and pretend I'm happy about eating on stream, but if I don't, then I will collapse. Now, I do know that there are people in this world. There are people in this world who want their entire life to be streamed because they believe they deserve to be famous, and people are just really interested in their lives. They'll even sleep on stream. It's weird, it's wrong, I ain't doing it. So if I do collapse, I'll fall off the chair, and that's your stream, guys. Hopefully I'll be able to whack the PC off while we do it, but that's your stream, and we'll all just have to accept that. I'm pretty confident this is just going to be the Charlotte versus Rhea promo package for tomorrow. By the time we actually get to WrestleMania, I'm going to be sick of seeing it. Oh, I'm starting to go. Ghost says, Liv choosing to wear bucket hats wherever she goes is a choice. It is. Leuven says, Bayley is wearing a vintage Calibri jacket based off of Rey's original gimmick when he first debuted in wrestling at 15 years old. And I believe she was eating pizza. Joey says, you can eat it if you have to. Everyone does it. Not everyone does it. Not everyone does it. Mark says, LA Knight wearing a gold suit jacket and a black bow tie. A lot of gold on... Oh, there we are. I was very interested to find out what the response would be to Charlotte. It wasn't the strongest there, was it? Connor says, I'll be running on pizza, spicy chicken and potato wedges this weekend. We've all just given up, haven't we? Well, we all know how this goes. Bug Spaceman says, hey Tom, knowing Mania is this weekend, do you have any final predictions or changes in the winner of your matches? Nope, no changes personally to what I'm expecting. I'm not really thinking anything further will be changed from what I originally expect. I still have Rhea Ripley and Asuka winning the women's championships. I still have Austin Theory and Gunther retaining. I still have the Bloodline losing all of their belts, plus a great weekend for Judgment Day. I think that's all up. Oh, and I have Brock beating Omos. The Great Muta's hype package now, which I'm sure they're going to show what he's all about. Obviously, there won't be too much when it comes to actual speaking. Joey says you look like you should be drinking wine with that suit jacket. Well, I do have wine here. Connor says, this is the one I'm interested in. Great Muta really was a pioneer. Not enough is said about how much of an impact he had. His time on WCW, the period in which they actually owned the footage, was... They could have done much, much more with him. Much more with him. Leuven says, I think the Usos retain and KO turns on Sami, hence why it isn't the main event of day one. That'd be a surprise. Buck says, Tom, do you think there's going to be any debuts at Mania like Kairi Sane or Randy Orton? Nope. And Kairi Sane... nope. And Randy Orton would not be a debut anyway, on the basis that it hasn't gone anywhere. He's very much still with the company. I do remember Asuka beating Becky Lynch, the 2019 Royal Rumble with a Muta Lock. Is that Kazuchika Okada? That's Kazuchika Okada. A little spot putting over Tegan Nox there. I did not expect that. I didn't realise that you had multicoloured mist. Much like Asuka, in fact, I'm seeing blue and green. It's nice if they could find someone so directly inspired by Great Muta in Asuka to sort of endorse and connect an audience who may not actually be familiar with his work. You've got a lot of wrestlers saying, oh, he was great, but someone who actually is there because of him. Different thing. Ghost says, I believe Ric Flair is inducting him. Right, so we're going to be here for another 4 hours then. Even celebrating Nakamura's work. And this, by the way, is why so many people should be watching Japanese wrestling, because you don't get characters like this outside of Japan. How many of you don't know about the way to the Grandmaster, Master Wato? He's on his way to the Grandmaster. You just wait. You just wait. Who we got? It's Ric Flair. We're going to be here forever. He's made so many Hall of Fame speeches and they've all taken years off my life. Oh well, here he comes. Just spotted Dakota Kai in the crowd. Seen a bit of the dress that she's wearing. I do like Baron Corbin's jacket, I really do. Ghost says, I retract every statement, I'm just going to sit here and watch the show. Why? Why does it have to be Ric Flair? He's literally just mugging for the audience saying, look how good I look. Okay, the guy with the Hey Emmy sign is now taking selfies while people come down. That's not the... Why you got... No, the... He got in the wrong side of the ring. There's actually steps and there's no ropes. Why it... His suit is the same colour as the ring ropes. When he gets out of the ring, you might not even notice that he's gone, because it looks like an extra rope. Yeah, that's how you want to open this. Megan says, oh sweet Jesus. Joey says Ric Flair going to start crying on stage. Tom, get the pillow ready. I'm always ready. I'm always ready. Literally hasn't moved. Mark says, oh God, not Ric Flair. Connor says, finishing at 8 a.m. then? Yeah. Yeah, Mark says it's going to take 5 hours to get to the ring. He definitely took his time, nearly fell over. Megan says, this is painful and he only just started talking. And Go says, how much do you want to bet he's going to make this about himself? He's already doing it. Telling you about Japan and how he's different. I respect that there's a bit of love for Asuka. He has no idea where she is. Even if she was 3 feet away from him, he'd have no idea. He can't see. What is that suit? Let's talk about him being a champion. I know that we're getting to it. Just completely killing the business now. Joey says, by the time this Hall of Fame is over, everyone will be awake in your house. Yeah. I sometimes worry that me talking is going to wake them up. Then I realise where we are. "2014, yes." Connor says, Tom, why are we doing this to ourselves? I don't know. Last year I bogged out. Ghost says, a suit is a boot. The colour accentuates the redness in his face. Let's talk about the Steiners, sure. He's essentially saying he's not tough enough for Japan. Oh, I kind of get where he's going. No mention of Murder Grandpa yet, but I'm sure that's coming. Okay, there's a point at which this is actually getting entertaining. The Steiners just sat there like, I'm not connecting with this. He is putting over Japanese wrestling. I wonder how much swearing will be in there. Both of whom he's wrestled, yes. At some point he has to actually mention Great Muta, right? I get that he's putting over Japanese wrestling, but can we get to Great Muta, please? We're now on 1989. Megan says, is Rick hoping he annoys someone enough to get another payday match? Triple H is regretting every second of this, and you know it. Ghost says, we just reached 3.5 minutes and pure nothing has been said. Oh. Joey says, do you have to set up your stream in the corner of your house so you don't wake anyone up? I've got my office. I have a dedicated office space for the purpose. Did you say you've got to keep the female gender alive? What, you personally? That explains so much. He thinks he personally has to keep the female gender alive. No, you did, Rick. God damn it. It's coming, Connor. You know it's coming. Ghost saying we just crossed over the 5-minute mark. Mark says, should we bet how many inductions Rey is going to induct? This better be the last one. Joe, no, naturally. I've seen the Inoki match. Oh, it was a thing. Joey says, has Rick once mentioned Great Muta? No, at no point has Great Muta actually been mentioned. And now he's saying, before you wrap me up again, I'll just go. The camera pointedly not looking at Triple H right now. Megan says, this is why Charlotte is off to the side, so she can't get up and yell at her dad for prattling on. No, she's going this way, though. She's going to become this. Now we're on Ricky Dragon Steamboat. We have our first mention of Great Muta, and it's to take the piss out of Shawn Michaels. Go says, please stop, end this misery. He's at least wrapping it up and keeping us on track. It actually wasn't. It wasn't the worst. Bucket hat. Bucket hat. Bucket hat. Sonya Deville does look fantastic. They put Shinsuke Nakamura exactly in the walkway. LA Knight, everything is great apart from his hair. Shotzi looks amazing. Dexter Lumis in his tiny little bow tie. Joey says, I'm surprised everyone there hasn't fallen asleep yet listening to Rick. Ross says, I'd have preferred Sting to do this, as Flair joked earlier. And Mark says, he's mentioned someone cutting him off 3 times now, more than he said Great Muta. Rick went to open the ropes for him, and Great Muta was like, no, I'm going to go that way. You know, the way you should have gone. Rick, why are you going to the microphone? Why are you in the microphone? He's here now. He's going to cry. Okay. 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 That was respectful. Said it. Put him over. Walked away. I'll give him that one. Hello. Oh, hi, Great Muta. Megan says, Rick's never being asked to induct anyone ever again, hopefully. Go says, the final time was 7 minutes and 11 seconds. And Megan says, oh my god, Shotzi looks gorgeous. Yeah, she really looks amazing. Quite strong heels she's wearing, I suspect. Mooch is wrapping up. He doesn't know whether he should just go. He's picked up someone else's script. He looks like he's getting a little bit emotional himself. Fun fact, Gunther is quite heavily influenced by the work of Great Muta as well. I wouldn't go that far, Joey. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think Ric Flair's just Ric Flair. Where the hell was he hiding that? Oh, there we go. We've finally seen Asuka just rocking the out. Just thrilled to be involved. Another commercial for WrestleMania. And it's Seth Rollins and Logan Paul. Ooh, this is an ordeal. Fact is, once this is all said and done, I still won't be live on this show as long as I will be for either night of WrestleMania. And honestly, this is not the exact highbrow of content. Like, I am not sat here delivering you the best thing you've ever seen. I'm not. This is just so that you don't have to watch this alone. Yes, Mark, I know it's WrestleMania tomorrow. Ross says, look at Asuka's happiness there. She was just thrilled. I'm glad they didn't cut to her at any point when Ric Flair was talking. Megan says, short and sweet, very good. Ghost says, I knew I could trust Muta. Statement re-retracted. We have 2 more to go. Up next, Tim White. And Megan says, this time tomorrow will be near the end of night 1. Oh, we better be. I've just got to sleep for most of tomorrow. I don't feel like that's a big ask. It's doable. It's doable. My partner's up at 7 to go to work. If I finish at 5:30, I might as well just wake him up. Get a cuddle before work and just be like, please help. I'm knackered. Look after me. Treat me nice. Put me to bed. Tuck me in. Kiss me on the forehead and just be like, you're okay. It'll be okay. Mark says, Elite's the greatest wrestler in the world. Gunther turned up. Justin says, I don't know about you all, but outfit judging is so fun. I agree. I'm having a great time. It's the best thing about the Hall of Fame. Just talking about what and who people are wearing. Like, did you see Liv Morgan's hat? Yes, Luvens, I'll be watching Stand and Deliver off stream. When I do watch it, it is more about my personal enjoyment than the showmanship involved in something like this. After all, if it's a watch party, I have a responsibility to entertain. To add to the overall entertainment you're already getting from watching WrestleMania and try and, enhance the mood and so on and so forth. If I fail in that, you're probably not coming back. So, yeah, every now and then I want to chill out, watch a show on my own. Acreonim, Pasta, says John Cena only lost to Roman because it was the old Alpha versus the new Alpha. He's going to wreck Theory. Disagree. Lewins believes Tiffany Stratton is the next women's champion. And Connor says, I've looked it up about Symphony 9 public domain. It is in it, except for in one country, because of laws, and of course that country is USA. Technically, we were both right, Connor. And I appreciate you checking that. Technically, we were both right. Megan says, I've got family coming over for a few hours for the weekend. And also Liv's given me late 90s Pamela Anderson. Ghost has given me a link to Charlotte's full look. So let's have a look, shall we? Let's see what Charlotte's rocking. Also, has that got Andrade in it? Because if they're dressing to match, hopefully we get to see his style as well. Andrade is also another one who looks very good in a suit. Okay, damn, that's good. Damn, that is good. Stuart says, actually looking forward to Stand and Deliver. They've put together another decent card. Connor says, we were the one country we want it to be fine in, and it's not. God damn it. The Warrior Award is up next. Tim White this year will be receiving the trophy. The award. Couple of audio issues. Also, Corey Graves seemed to be getting quite emotional there. I watched a lot of matches refereed by Tim White. I also heard a lot of the phrase, Mr. White, that's not wise. Connor says, what did Tim White do? I think I've missed something. Tim White was a referee. He was a referee that picked up a pretty serious injury and wasn't able to referee anymore. So they tried to find other ways to use him. He was the owner of the Friendly Tap, which is the bar that Farouk and Bradshaw often had bar fights in. He was also in a very, very privileged position because Earl Hebner at the top of the card had to essentially let matches go because he was refereeing Steve Austin matches, and if you referee Steve Austin matches, he's going to fight through the crowd, he's going to use weapons, you've just got to let it happen. Tim White could actually keep the letter of the law because he was a bit lower down the card. Leuven says no way he gets a 15-minute speech, he's a ref. I mean, come on, mate, it's a Warrior Award. Megan said, it's a good photo. I still think the details on a dress could have been a bit darker. Ghost, thank you, giving us damage controls. This is brilliant. This is magnificent. Oh. Okay, what do we got? I just love Bayley's entire aesthetic. Dakota Kai rocking the silver. Io Sky has a style all of her own. That's all I can really say. And of course they were the first ones out there. Is Bayley's wrist taped up? Or is that just part of the outfit? I think Bayley's wrist is taped up. Interesting. Tim White was the guy, of course, who the hose would roll over. Megan says they look amazing. And Connor says, I meant to get the Warrior Award because for that you have to have done something normally, don't you? Well, they'll, I'm sure, detail it in this here package. The Warrior Award was always supposed to be someone unsung backstage. I think Triple H is just bringing it back to the way it was intended. Tim White wasn't just a referee. You've got to think always, he had an influence on the people. He made friends. He offered easier production. He gave them a bar to destroy. Ghost has Trish and Lita. I think the fact that it's a posthumous award also has an impact on it. Okay, the Trish Stratus outfit is interesting in that it seems like she forgot the other half of it. Interesting to see Triple H so nervous in the background of that one. Lita looks very nice. That's a good choice, I feel, for her. Shows a little bit of who she is, particularly in the boots. And shows off her arm tattoos as well. Bit of colour at the back as well. The APA are inducting Tim White. That makes sense. Makes sense also why JBL is there on that basis, but JBL's self-indulgent as well. This speech might go. I'm kind of imagining Farouk's just going to say one word as per usual. I think Farouk wanted a fist bump from Triple H there, but Triple H was like, nah, mate, nothing. Can never really tell with Farouk. He fists a lot of people. Like that. Not like that. Like that. I can see a lot of changing around in the crowd. I think people are moving forwards as gaps open up. I think there's a lot of gaps opening up now. I think that's fair, Megan. Maybe they chose a safe option. Bit of an APA chant there. Not the time, guys. It's not what you're here for. Is he going to say it? They're building up to the word. They're doing a shtick. And now moving on to the topic of being a great friend of JBL is not really a ringing endorsement. He did, Luvens. He did. A kayfabe hardcore drinking room. Often you hear that word from a wrestler. Drew Connor, he did. He did. James says JBL looks like he's aged so much since he was last in LA. Leuven says exposing the business. Oh, last in TV. Farouk wants his beer. You don't often hear the word genuous. Farouk, I feel, is fighting a bit of emotion here. So Tim White was a grafter. Mark says the guy wearing the mask in the background scared me. You leave Homicide alone. He can go where he wants. He's earned it. They're exposing Tim White at this point. They loved him for doing a bit of cooking the books. Is that what you're saying? Triple H is fuming right now. Connor says, sounds like Tim White knew how to do business. Leuven says Vince would never let this slide. No, he would not. Thankfully, this is not his job anymore. Oh, they weren't joking. They really weren't joking. He looks exactly like Tim White. Triple H just turned to Cody Rhodes and said he does look just like him. Megan says there's another one. Never getting invited back to induct anyone. I don't know. They didn't go over. They exposed a lot of the business and they didn't really cover their inductee in glory. So it wasn't perfect. Go says it looks like Roman, Seth and Becky are all not there. Roman, I believe, has already travelled on. Seth and Becky, as Raw talents, had already moved on to WrestleMania. There is quite a lot of people who aren't in the vicinity, who are busy elsewhere. Roman has his own helicopter, so... I'm realising this may take a while now. JBL's boots are terrible. This is going to get emotional now, isn't it? You might want to give your brother a little pat on the... There he is. There he is. Connor says it was not perfect, but it was very funny. Ross says JBL doing well here, to be fair. It's actually all about Tim White, unlike Flair, mostly with Muta. Lubin says, imagine not being at the induction ceremony. Shake my head. Roman is a horrible champion. No respect. To be fair, I'm not there, so I'm clearly a horrible journalist. No respect. Wow. Wow. A dig at JBL right there. This guy's getting a pop. Oh, the other brother's going now as well. A very respectful crowd there. In fact, I think I was wrong. Nobody seems to have left. The crowd is still packed. I see the thank you Tim White sign in the crowd as well. Mark says I'm slowly crashing. Yep, me too. It is nearly 5 a.m. here in the UK. But we've done 4. We're doing 5. Megan says, is it me or does Tim's other brother look a little like Jim Broadbent? I can see that. I can see it. You're right. Now, ultimately, Rey Mysterio is the headliner. There may be something involving Dominic. I think Dominic will try and waylay him, but Legado will just cart him off. It'll be hilarious. I'm not sure how much Zelina can fight in her particular gear, but I believe she'll try. Go says, last up, Rey Mysterio, we can do this. Megan says, one more left. We've got this. We've got this. Connor says, last one, woo, and then says Steph. For some reason. Oh, gotcha. James says, who do you think will induct John Cena when he's done? Personally, I think The Rock. Asuka really knows how to work a camera. I don't know why they just... Oh, they showed Bianca Belair and Asuka. That makes sense. They have a wrestling match soon. That was a risk by Kayla Braxton. That could have turned on her. Ross says, right, are we getting a surprise for Bobby's Open challenge at WrestleMania? Maybe, maybe not. Mark says, Asuka getting a big pop. She's fully deserving of it. The fans are behind her on this one. Megan says, there's no way they put Dom on an aisle seat if he's not going to do anything. I wholeheartedly agree. Particularly given he's right behind Triple H. It is a prominent position. With 45 minutes left for the Hall of Fame, at the time that WrestleMania will be ending tomorrow, Rey Mysterio. Girl says, I think Dom is going to trip Rey. Truly heinous. To be fair, Stacy Keibler nearly fell. She styled it out. I was going to say she styled it out with style. I'm tired, guys. I can't pretend otherwise. Randy Orton getting interviewed about Rey Mysterio. That was during a time in which he came back to the WWE briefly to discuss the next steps in his recovery. As I say, he's not being cleared, but he will be back in action soon. Oh, why is Hulk Hogan talking? Yeah, give me more Sami Zayn, less Hulk Hogan. Lots of sights of Eddie Guerrero in this one as well. Kurt Angle was the perfect person to get beat up by Rey Mysterio. He really was. One thing I always find really fun about these sort of vignettes and video packages, the wrestlers that they show getting beaten up are really happy to be shown getting beaten up in the package. Because what that means is you did a fucking great job getting beaten up by Rey Mysterio. You are a great seller. You are a great wrestler. I am wondering if they're going to show him without the mask. After all, he wrestled in WCW for almost a year with no mask. We've not really focused on the fact that he's not Rey Mysterio, he's Rey Mysterio Jr. Megan says, I'm wondering if Dom's going to try something with Conan. That, I think, would make a little more sense because it means that they can sort it and then Rey Mysterio can still have his moment unencumbered. That works better for me. Connor, sometimes I hear things coming out of that cupboard. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Mark says, Rey's the greatest lucha / babyface ever, which I think is very fair. Stuart says, looking forward to this evening. My youngest is actually asked to watch down and deliver with me, so should be fun. James says, by the time I wake up tomorrow, Mania will start. Life is good. How dare you have the potential to do that? How dare you? I've missed you, mate. Yeah, Coast. Eve Torres. Eve Torres was there. They know each other quite well in WCW. Or didn't. One or the other. This is going to be a long vignette. They are focusing on the Royal Rumble, a record that's only just been broken. Rey Mysterio is one of those who became undeniable early. You could choose to book this guy as weak as you want. It wouldn't matter. It would not matter. You cannot stop Rey Mysterio from being the guy. And he is the guy. He is still the guy. I'm not the biggest guy myself, and you look at a Rey Mysterio and you believe. Dominic certainly did. And now here he is. Megan says, Rey and Eddie. I'm confident we'll hear the name Eddie Guerrero in this speech. This is going to be the emotional one. Okay, so is there going to be an angle here? I would really rather that there wasn't. But is there going to be? Conan is heading down to induct. I'm wondering if he's just going to punch Dominic. He's not even looking at Dominic. Where is Dominic? Dominic stayed sat down. Respect for that. That is heel work. He and Rhea just refused to stand up for Conan. You've got to respect that. He's wearing trainers. In America, sneakers. Now, how much is he going to plug his own stuff right now? Okay, so the hype level's gone up. He's into it. Connor says, Rey's one of the very few people that just could never be a heel. James says, Rey is up there with Cena. They could stop wrestling for 20 years and come back and everyone will scream. Dom and Mark both pointing out Dominic and Rhea stayed sitting down. Luvin says, damn Conan. Boy, you're going to blow my speakers. That is a very good start to a speech. Really respecting the impact of Rey Mysterio. And the impact of time. The world is changing. Rey Mysterio the Surfer. What the hell? Okay, so that's Rey Mysterio without the mask. I wish he wasn't chewing gum. Okay, we understand. You were going to P.T. Barnum. Ooh. Connor says that picture, you could really see Dominic in him. Very fair. Leuven says this is the best speech of the night. Stacey at number 2. Well, it's certainly funny, and he's exposing himself. It's one of those nights where the entire business is being completely demolished, but we'll all just accept it. Antonio Pena. They cut to the crowd when one person was standing up. It's awkward. Seriously though, please take your gum out. Paul Heyman, you knew that was going to get a pop. Paul Heyman should still be there. EC Dub Chan. Conan knows to let it sink in. He knows his business. It's very much a Hall of Fame on how far we've come. We're getting a whole breakdown of Rey Mysterio's career, and you know what? Let him go. Let him go. Where the big boys play. Okay, this man's got charisma. Khalid says, I can't wait to hear what Ray says. And Mark says, if he keeps this energy, he is keeping me awake. He woke up the crowd, which is required. They were flagging. That's a phrase. You will regret this in perpetuity. Dean Malenko, of course, who is there today. It's a very fair comment. There was a lot riding on Rey Mysterio's shoulders. Don't mention Public Enemy or Disco Inferno. Connor says, get Conan to introduce everyone. I am wondering if Dominic's going to be able to keep his head on this one. This is going to be an emotional moment for him as well. That was I Love You and Aaliyah too. England did indeed get a mention mark. Lewin says Dominic might be the next Roman if he attacks him. Might be the next Dean Ambrose when he attacked Seth Rollins after the announcement of leukemia. Megan says right now Triple H is trying to find a discreet way to see if there's anyone else Conan can induct. He might just re-record the entire thing and just swap Ric Flair out for Conan. How apropos. That is a phrase. Dominic is flagging. He is struggling to keep the emotion off his face. Or he's going to break character here. But that's okay, because everyone else has already done it. Oh, Aaliyah's going. They are all going. This is a very passionate speech. Leaving say Dom's eyes mad watery. And they are standing. He is hyped this crowd up. It's 5 in the morning and I'm wide awake. Much respect for you. Conan's still using the junior in the title as well. Justin says Conan rocks and WWE needs him to manage. Put him in charge of like everyone. God says Conan for Hall of Fame just for this speech alone. If they're going to do something, Dominic's still not standing. If they're going to do that bucket hat, the bucket hat, Shotzi looks amazing. This is a whole experience right now. There's just a lot. I didn't spot Damian Priest previously, sitting alongside Rhea and Dominic. Nice touch, leave it there. Just leave it there. Handshake for Triple H as well. Goes back past Dominic to Booker T. Really has to dig that in. Really has to. The bow tie, once again, classic but classy. Don't film someone filming someone. That's weird. I don't like it. Why the bucket hat? I need to know. I need to know why the bucket hat. You have all of the choices in the world. Why would you choose the... Ghost says, nice change of the mask, so much money. I mean, the man's got money. He's got cash. He's got money. Connor says, big up Conan. Leuven says, not going to lie, Liv looks amazing. And Justin says, just saw Liv's hat winning at life. Mark says, love the priest is there now. And Leuven is saying, stand up for Ray, guys. I might cry. I like that now, of all times, they've put a bottle of water on the stage. Conan gives him some love and then walks away. That's how it should be. I don't understand why so many inductees just stand off to the side. Get out of the way. It's not your spot. We still have 25 minutes for Ray to soak this up, and honestly, after Conan Jeter's back up again, I'm ready for 25 minutes of it. Megan says, I'm still saying it's some kind of Pamela Anderson thing with Liv's hat. I need to know. I need to know. I need to get back into the interviewing game just so I can ask Liv Morgan about the bucket hat. What? I have to know. A huge outpouring of respect from the crowd. Connor says, and Conan didn't plug anything with best. And Conan didn't plug anything of his best induction of the evening. Got it, Connor. And you're absolutely right. He plugged nothing, which is not in his style usually. That is respect. Ray's already crying. Ross says, Ray acknowledges Dom there with a glance and Dom in full heel mode. Ray will be doubly proud here. He will. He's also done a full shave and now he looks more babyface than ever. Like, I don't mean like face and heel. I mean an actually babyface. Oh, Judgment Day stood up now. Rich Holland is wearing his flat cap and he needs to stop. Oh, they're leaving. Oh, bloody hell, that is a dress. And they're off. And I just want to repeat one more time. Bloody hell, that is a dress. Do we have a best dressed of the evening? I like Montez Ford. I think there's a lot of class there, a lot of elegance, a lot of style. Shotzi is definitely up there for me. Rhea Ripley, I think, definitely stands out. I don't really know what they're chanting here. Ghost says, Conan could have gotten the motivational speaker mic like Taker did last year. It would have made so much sense. Megan says, for me, Shotzi's best dressed. Leuven says, Liv minus hat. Not Liv then. Justin says, Liv's bucket hat wins every award. Connor said, if they wanted to do a spot, I think that was the best way to do it. No violence. I agree. The one punch is all it should be until we get to the WrestleMania match. They've done the storyline now. Connor says they were chanting A. Oh, got it. Okay, cool. So I didn't realise that he took his uncle's name. I never knew that. He's just showing his background. He's showing where he remembers where he came from. As usual back then the rule was we beat the hell out of you and you just lump it. That was the rule. He's going again. Ghost says if Rhea styled her hair better it would have been her, but otherwise best dressed has to be Stacy Keibler. That is a very good shout. I think that's going to be where I land as well, to be honest. There was an elegance, a natural angelic form in that one. There really was. The ball of water was for Rey. Okay. I assumed as much. There was a runner there. We know he's going to take his time with this, and so he should. Soak it up. Enjoy it. I do feel, certainly at that time, a lot of it they were trying to force wrestlers out again. They were trying to say to incoming new wrestlers, you're not welcome. Get out. You had to be able to get past that. Yes, Leuven, it is 5:10. We've wandered off topic slightly here. What's happening? Like, well done. Okay. What's happening? Megan says sunrise is in about an hour and a half. It's gonna kill me. It's gonna kill me. I'm really glad that I got Monday and Tuesday off work. The thing is, I needed this today to get me synced up for tomorrow and to get me tired enough that I can have a proper sleep. "15 years old. Is he crazy?" Ghost says it's raining hard outside and the sleep deprivation is setting in. 15 minutes more, you can do it. I believe in you. They missed the moment when he pointed at the hard cam. That's the moment they choose to swap camera angle. Why are we learning about admin? Is Rey Mysterio a nerd? That's insane. Thank you, Luvens. Mark says, that's what I'm thinking. We need this today so we can get used to this tomorrow and Sunday. We're training. We're training our bodies. Should have been doing this all week. Should have had a nap earlier. I can't believe he still has footage of that. Connor says, Ray Nerd Stereo. He's an admin nerd. Okay, so we're still at the beginning of the journey. This is going to go into 6 a.m, isn't it? More than I expected. And I realised he was 5'3", taller than Alexa Bliss. A lot of Andre the Giant love tonight. I'm not big on life stories. It's interesting, but it's also 5:15 in the morning, and the hype of Conan has worn off. Mark says, I know it's a work, but I need Ray to beat the hell out of Dom now. Megan says, I know I should sleep, but I have that it's only 15 minutes mentality, and the gamer in me is like, that's nothing, keep going. I'm in exactly the same position. Exactly the same. Goes, as I hear him, but I'm just focusing on how his mask is shining under the light. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. It's Rey Mysterio. He's earned it. We're now in the formation of AAA. I'm assuming we just get nothing from WWE. Good question. Very Conan. Wow, okay. It's interesting that he used to make pizzas. The crowd are trying to will him on at this point. They're applauding like, yeah, get on with it. I understand now why he doesn't cut too many promos. It's only 13 minutes. We can do this. Conan had no idea if she was going to wait. I just want to be very clear on that. Conan had no idea. He took a risk. He took a big risk. Oh, an Angie-chan. That is lovely. Hi, Ed. I thought you were recording something. Like, I thought you were recording something with Parrish, which required you to be more awake than, like, I am. Oh, I'm bad. I am not in a good way then at all. It's okay. It's okay. 12 minutes. Oh, is that good? There's been a big push for that, Ed. On our side. I played a bit in D&D. Is that good? Cool. I'll have to keep that in mind. Gotcha, Parrish. Gotcha. Are you enjoying the rest of Rey Mysterio? Only 11 minutes. 20 past 5. Okay, fair enough. We won't rush it. He's going again. This is a third time for Rey. Second time for his wife. Hey, here's to the dreamers. Triple H is getting very twitchy. It says at least you don't have to be up to do NXT at 1 PM tomorrow today like I do. I still have to do things. I still have daily wrestling rumors. That's 10 o'clock in the morning my time. That's 5 hours away. Boo. There was a real look of love from his daughter to his wife there. Connor says, who needs sleep? It's overrated. Me. I need sleep. Barry says, just watching SmackDown now as I was getting off work earlier and buying my beer. Was setting up everything, so I haven't seen Hall of Fame yet. There's good bits. Also not good bits. Megan says, I'm going to need new headphones. My ear hurts from wearing these in-ear ones for so long. Go says, I would love to sleep under the ring right now. We're getting into the psychosis element. That's not what I mean, Ghost. That's not what I mean. Ray's only supposed to have 8 more minutes and then they're out of time. He very briefly touched on ECW there. His tryout was at the pay-per-view. Like, they're not telling us everything here. They knew. There must be a reason he's not standing up and the camera haven't found Dean Malenko. Because he's been referenced a few times now. Perry says, I was there in Chicago when Rey won the title 17 years ago. Now he's wrestling his son and I'm retired. He is truly a goat. It says, Connor, as older folks need sleep. And Connor is responds with, just man up. It's alright for you. You sleep in a cupboard. I've made that cupboard real cozy for you. Who's he reconnecting with? Maybe Luvens, that's a fair point. We have our first mention of Eddie. We knew it was coming and we knew it had to come. He's going to go again. He's gone again. Thank you, Connor. I was waiting for that. Kind of Khalid, but nothing serious. I think he needed to go in and have a bit of a cry anyway. He wants to support his dad. I get it. The match against Eddie, yep. Gotcha. That makes sense, guys. Why they're not showing Dean Malenko. They might have him on camera. Kevin Dunn's just not letting it happen. Ghost says, I just think about how so many of the people we grew up with, regardless of age, are entering either the part-time Hall of Fame or retirement stage of their careers. We are getting older. I'm 34 now. Started watching wrestling when I was 10. 24 years. The ones I grew up watching, they ain't there no more. Thank you, Ed, for the clarification. Dean is a back office producer and a coach for AEW currently. So yeah, they won't be showing him on TV. Mention of JR, who definitely won't be there now. Connor says, don't want to show someone who wrestled for you but is now currently employed by the other side. They also might not be allowed to. AEW might have specifically said you cannot broadcast him on your network. We have flown through the WWE bit. You're not wrestling tomorrow. Turns around to soak it in. It says WWE won't pull a TNA and get someone fired like TNA got Robbie McAllister of the Highlanders fired. Christian says, I wish Humberto Carrillo and Angel Garza also join the LWO. There is no reason for them to do that beyond the fact that they are Latin. Triple H not into that sort of nationalistic faction. I will never stop saying it. Cool, Kelly. Coach says, I'm only 22, so as a ruthless aggression baby, seeing people like Rey, Edge, Cena and Randy, among others, evolve is definitely happening really fast. Edge won't be around that much longer, neither will Rey. Randy Orton probably will be. Randy Orton. Parrish says, would love to see Rey wear an old school WCW inspired gear for Mania tomorrow. I still don't know if he's going to lose the mask or not. There's still an element of goodbye here. His championship run was not the greatest, but it meant something to him. Made a statement. True, Parrish. Very true. Thank you and goodbye. Awkward, mate. Awkward. That explains why he was pointing at the hard cam when he was talking to his dad. His dad's right there. I know, Connor. That was actually mentioned earlier. Two minutes, we can do this. You literally took his name. You can't not respect Mr. Senior. Leuven says, don't forget when Cena beat Rey in the same night he won the WWE title in the most heel move ever but didn't turn heel. Yeah, because it's John Cena. It's John Cena. Khalid says, Tom, I'm glad Bobby won, but I thought we were going to see Uncle Howdy. We weren't going to. There was no plan for that to happen. Yeah, it says off to get ready to record predictions. See you all tomorrow for night one. I'll see you soon, Ed. Thanks for dropping in. Barry says WWE should release a WCW Cruiserweight title that's designed specifically for Rey. That would be cool, and I think it'd be a good seller for them. I'm going to, Sean. Calm down. Because if I have one more minute. Austin says 12:30 a.m. where I am. I don't know how you're still awake. Or how I'm still awake. I know, Sean, don't worry. Lukewarm applause for Bischoff and Sullivan. I don't know, Khalid. I have no idea. I'm interested to see how it plays out. Parrish says, I could see Lesnar beating Omos and Lashley beating Omos and remaking the Hurt Business. What, with like Lashley and Lesnar as a Hurt Business? That'd be cool. Interesting response to Kevin Nash. Not enough is said about the Outsiders having a personal interest in Rey Mysterio's career. Both of them really worked hard to put him over in their own way. going through all his biggest feuds. Will he mention CM Punk, I wonder? I'll see you then, Khalid. Have a good one. Leuven says Batista turning on Rey gave me trust issues, and so it should. So it should. Christian, the new approved title is not confirmed at this point in time. If it's a new world championship, then it's got a lot to do with Cody. And all of you. Leuven says Cody Rhodes versus Rey was such a prominent feud in his career. I know Leuven. Cody needed it at the time. Thank you for the bottom of my heart. Thank you for all of the years. I don't know that one. Okay. I didn't get all of that. I do apologize. Go says, I will say this feels like a retirement speech. It does, doesn't it? It does. We'll see what happens after the match at WrestleMania. But in the meantime, he did run over slightly. It didn't end up being more than 2.5 hours. Braun Strowman looks pretty good in the suit. Very good pocket triangle. And oh my god, we did it. Go dark. Go dark. Screen. Just go dark. You have to go dark. I can't go to bed until you go dark. Why are they not going dark? Mark says, really enjoyed this watch along. Have a good sleep and see you tomorrow. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for joining me. And we will see you tomorrow. Have a great time. The screen is not going dark. Is Dominic going to attack him now? Is Dominic going to attack him while he's not looking? While he's just shaking hands with everyone? And hugging that one person? He's being encouraged to hit that bitch. I'm guessing that bitch is Dominic. Why aren't you going dark? Are we just going to spend the next 25 minutes? He's signing Funko Pops. He's signing Funko Pops. Everyone who's been watching, please take my thanks for the company, for the energy, for the enthusiasm. We are wrapping up. The Hall of Fame is over. And Tom Colohue can now get some sleep, ready for day 2 of our 4-day spree. Oh, that one was difficult. Connor says, why am I still awake? Good question. Christian says, Tom, what were your thoughts on SmackDown? I really enjoyed it. I thought SmackDown was very good this week, apart from the main event segment. Dom says, you can do it. And James says, this is fun. Go says, I think that's the same person that bothers him at the airport for autographs. Then he should be punched in the face. I am wrapping us up. Please do not miss out tomorrow, where we actually have a brand new overlay. Let me just pop it up for you. There you go. And that is going to be what we are rocking tomorrow. Until then, though, you can enjoy these here faces, because I've been Tom Colohue. You have been fantastic. And I'm going to go get a hell of a lot of sleep. Thank you, everyone, and good night.